Okay. Hello, YouTube. Let's see. The music. Yes, there's that music. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to this Vanilla SE in the park. This is juggling lessons, Dolly, along with Reed and Kimberly, doing a live stream 4 hours in the park, doing street epistemology. Yes, this very exciting, the tension, the suspense. Will we get an interlocutor in the next few minutes or not? We've so far had 2 sniffs. We had a fellow who's an artist who would like to be interviewed and is feeling very camera shy and would even like to have his own YouTube channel. So we'll see. We'll do another lap and see if he can think about something he's willing to talk to us about in front of the camera. We also had another couple who showed up while we were setting up and said, "When are you starting?" I said, 56 minutes. Anyway, they'll be back probably. Otherwise, we'll have interlocutors soon. If you would like to join us and interact live, I suggest going to the Street Epistemology Discord. We are in the live show voice chat and the live show text channel, where you can type to us. And if you'd like to talk, we can unmute you. If you'd like to show your face, I have this neat free slot where we stick you right in the middle between these 2 cameras. You can see right, let's see, it would be right, no, I'll put the other, right, I put you right there, right there in this spot. Sure, go live on Twitch. Hello, Twitch. This is Juggling Lessons. Reed's right over there fiddling with tech things. We are going to do 4 hours in the park, live stream at Echo Park, interviewing the public using street epistemology. But you probably already knew that. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Okay.
Cool. Welcome.
Are your headphones at a comfortable volume?
Maybe higher. Testing. Maybe lower headphones, higher microphone.
Right. We'll give you the Reed 5 decibel boost.
There we go. That's a little better.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
I think we might be going live on Facebook about nowish.
Okay. I'd like to be able to use the handheld mic.
Yes.
Not right now, but in a minute. I can stand over there, have my AirPods in, and talk to Discord through the handheld mic. Is that possible?
Yes. The handheld mic is treated just like the other mics in this, so that part's fine. Okay. The AirPods, where are you getting your AirPods from?
My phone.
And your phone would be listening to Discord?
Yeah.
You will be hearing yourself.
That's true.
Doubled.
Yeah, that's not going to work then.
Delayed. If you grab Kimberly's headset, you're good. She has it coming out of this Bluetooth. Hello, Facebook. I'm Dolly. That's Reed.
Hey, what's up, Facebook? We are doing a stream today out at Echo Park. I wonder how my announcement video is doing. I guess we'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can check on your tablet at some point. I'll leave my iPad at home.
Oh, okay.
I posted an announcement video on my YouTube channel saying what we're going to be doing So hopefully we'll get some more viewers this time. And you can mute the handheld mic whenever it's not doing anything.
All right. Handheld mic is muted. I'm
Hello.
not sure if that's going to affect Mix A's mute. Well, actually, let me just try that.
Nice.
Wow.
I posted the links to everything in
Uh-huh.
the description and an in-screen link to your channel and the SE channel.
Nice, nice.
So hopefully you'll see more views today.
Threeks just asked me, on a scale of 99.9 to 100.0, how much do you love Linux?
Okay. Had to move that chair.
What's it going to do to the feed if I hook to it?
Slightly increase the latency, but I think that's okay. I think you can tolerate that. It shouldn't do anything to the feed, as those are coming out those are coming out headphone jacks, meaning that I don't think you can do anything to put signal into the mixer from the way you're doing it. Click, 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 she says. I do hear a delay.
Well, do I turn off the other one and see if it improves?
Is it acceptable?
I don't know yet. You said you heard something.
I don't think that you generated that.
Okay.
Sorry, FK, you just said something about YouTube Live what? Good. Is there a loose cable on that battery? One that's not being used in the moment? I mean, like this. I think you can plug this in. Which actually is a benefit to me, because keeping that battery awake, the Bluetooth device doesn't pull enough power to keep the battery awake. So I have to put something else on it as well. Is that working for you or no? Okay, I did mute that channel. Should there be no sound? No, there should be sound. We are way live. We are fully live. We are operating. Twitch is not live for some reason. Okay, I'll unmute you. That's the wireless mic.
Check, check.
Sounds good to me.
Sweet.
How is
Cut
your
to- What?
How is your latency? Is the delay very much for you?
I can't hear
Yeah, this is something I would
hear
actually
myself.
use.
Yeah, it is a weird delay.
Okay.
Give strong argumentation for my views at this moment. Because these are all topics that I feel like strongly about, so I can articulate it right now.
Anyway, to make
Okay. Scott is reporting that he does not hear it on Discord. Does Scott need to watch the stream specifically in order to hear it?
I'll keep a look at
Yes.
the,
So
this is really interesting. It's a cool project. Very cool. Very cool. I want you guys to do it.
Oh, it's because of the Bluetooth.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you've got Bluetooth going in both directions. So you've got a delay on your remote, and you've got a delay coming back in the headset. And because you have two headsets connected, the latency is more.
Okay, so we won't use this to talk to people, but I will use it to tie people down. And like, if they wanted to talk out here, I can just stop them, and you'll be able to hear me on the wide shot,
Yeah.
the super wide. If you cut to that, you'll be able to hear me walk around and talk. It'd be nice to talk with people, but delay is weird. Maybe I can do it on my. Then I would hear myself again. Well, not sure.
Well, do I turn this off? And
Now
see if
on
the
your
light comes?
phone, you could. You going through that phone?
Yeah.
Oh my. On your phone, you could, in fact, select yourself as a user and mute you. Or actually, maybe it would be select FK as the user. And actually, because it's a stream, that might not work on a phone. Yeah, we determined that doesn't work. Is that something we just discovered?
Do I hear that there's
Thank
a
you, Scott.
delay?
Teach me later on what happened.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh wow. Yeah, see that.
Yeah, it's a weird delay.
Yeah. So for anybody wondering what we're doing here, there is a wireless handheld microphone that's Bluetooth to a receiver that's then going into mixer on channel 2. You don't care what channel. And then
That delay's
that
It's
allows
Wi-Fi.
Reed to walk around and do some stuff. Here, let's show them what. Yeah, there you see that mic. Oh, okay, anyway, there's that cool mic, nicely balanced, counterbalanced, that sort of thing. Like a good fighting instrument should be, but this is a mic, so don't worry about it. And then combined with the Bluetooth headphones that he's got there, he's got a triple whammy of digital delay going on. And if you've ever tried to speak into a microphone with a digital delay going to your own headphones, you can really quite simulate somebody having a stroke. And it's terrible. It's really quite terrible.
Cut to the ultra wide.
Cut to the ultra wide.
So you should be able to hear me at the ultra wide.
Yes. Yes, I hear you
How
fine.
bad is? Yeah, it's a stroke delay.
It's a stroke delay.
causing delay. If I have one ear open, it's not too bad.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, that's not too bad. Interesting.
Interesting.
I can hear myself, but I can hear you.
Okay.
As long as one ear is open, it's not a stroke causing delay.
So, is there somebody in Discord who would be willing to be unmuted and speak to us for test purposes?
Kitchen. Yeah. Hello. How's the volume on the speaker?
I'm not hearing much of an echo, so it's probably quite low.
Yeah.
Again, it's also on a Bluetooth. Right now, we have how many Bluetooth? We have 3 Bluetooth transmitters and 4 Bluetooth receivers in operation right now.
Testing hello.
Testing hello.
Nothing on
Nothing?
the speaker.
Okay, how about now?
Hello. Speaker. Testing
no?
the speaker.
Okay,
the
nothing on
speaker.
speaker. Please check if the battery is still operational.
My GoPro Wi-Fi.
It doesn't actually look like it's on. I'm wondering if somehow. Do I see lights?
Red light.
Yeah. Wow.
Something's happening.
Unplug that. Unplug, no, the RX. Unplug it at the RX. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, so can't plug that into that same battery because crossfeed.
No, probably not that one. So get its own battery.
Sure.
It doesn't need battery.
It's got a heavy battery on its own, so it's good.
It did bad things to your sound, huh?
Yeah, that was. Thank you for the very clear test.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We'll be here all day if you're interested.
Hello, freaks. Those are just suggestions. You can bring anything you want.
Oh, word.
Yeah, did you guys hear
I'm
Scott?
sorry, I don't know if I did or not. Try again. Your volume's pretty high up. Let me make sure that the device is getting back.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got volume up at all. Yeah, you're coming in full beans.
Full beans.
Reed, I noticed that this is not charging. Does that matter?
Trying to fix the remote.
Okay. The remote is doing something. Is it failing? Okay.
Whatever that other signal is.
Well, you found it. I can mute the mic so that you don't have that problem in the moment. Like I'll mute. By the way, I'm abandoning the special mix on the JBL, which means the Discord people are going to be audible over there. Just because I need to get real cuddly with my manual and figure out what it is that I don't understand. I sort of got lucky setting it up before, and apparently there's 1 or 2 things I'm missing. Getting something wrong.
So I'm audible now.
Okay, I'll cut my own mic some so you can play. Chicky, 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 ticky, 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 ticky. Here's a test. 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 What's that? Not without causing a copyright problem. I'm live streaming. I'm not allowed to express myself musically because I can't not sing a song that already exists. Don't have my frickin' freedom of speech. Yeah, I don't hear Scott. I've not heard anybody from the Discord yet. I haven't heard anybody from the Discord that I know of. I will report when I hear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, Kimberly's also doing a test. Okay. And I heard Scott really like he was in the next state over, maybe through your speakers, but it was really, really dim. Okay.
FK, how am I coming through to you? I just want to make sure that my audio settings are okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Threeks, I don't know what Pavu control looks like. He's using a software mixer called Potato that replicates a lot of functions. Well, yes, he's using it on Windows, so of course that complicates things. But anyway, the sound mixer itself apparently works pretty well, and it is an 8-in, 8-out bus mixer layout. Oh, sorry, I didn't give you the hello. I had your mic down while she was doing a testing.
Okay.
So you're back
1,
to here.
Testing.
2.
Testing.
Aha! Now I hear.
3,
I
4.
I hear a Scott.
5. Yay!
5. Yay! I hear a Scott. Yay!
All right. Cool. Can I get this working again?
You have signal?
Do I have signal? What? This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test.
Power on. Connected. Nothing. Disconnected. Oh, now it's connected.
FK, you're coming through with significant echo.
Testing.
Very short duration echo. Guzzo wants perms. He wants to talk yellow. I don't know yellow.
Time for a short interview?
Me wants to talk G hello. Yes. Yes, thank you. I might in the moment where I'm listening to echoes and things like that, and I'm watching Reed troubleshoot GoPro remote controls. Good, got it. Wonderful. No charger. Cool. Unmute. Hello, Guzio Jr. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Oh, we brought you coffee.
Oh, cool.
So now you have extra coffee.
Sweet. Any info on who's watching? How many people are watching? Where?
Oh, yeah, we'll find out. We did notice that earlier you had 175 views on your announcement video that you posted.
Sweet.
Seven, 4, and 4. Okay.
Okay. Still echoey.
Yes, and still lots of echo from FK.
You can hear me on any of my social media. Feel free to go to the SE Discord and we can chat with you there.
And Threeks counts twice. He's watching on apparently two different streams.
Okay.
I think he's watching on YouTube and Discord at the same time.
Okay.
We have to have FK harass you about Mac, and so Threeks has to harass me about Windows, or harass FK about Windows as well.
Here's Linux.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Interesting. Okay, now let's test the handheld.
Okay, testing the handheld. I'm going to assume to give the handheld the 5 decibel. Yes, it is. The echo is gone now.
What?
Hey, is that a feature or a bug?
Hello.
Hello, free water. Shout out to your mother, yes. Hey, Guzio Jr.'s mom. Would that be Guzio's wife?
What's happening?
Yep, it's going well. Let's see. Did the Bluetooth fail? Can the Bluetooth run on its own? Let's try that rather than fight with trying to keep the charger on it. And let's see how bad that is. Does that make sense? I assume that it's no longer connected now that you've disconnected it. Okay. Go ahead and I'll monitor to keep you from getting horribles. This is a signal, 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 a signal. La 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 la. We've consumed all 4 of my headphone outputs.
This would be a headphone jack out because we're taking
Yes,
it
hi there.
out of the service.
Can I borrow one of your phones? I accidentally locked myself
Sure.
out, and I need to call this person right here.
Yes.
Would I be able to do that around 13?
In 7 minutes? Is that what you mean?
Yes, around.
Sure. We're happy to have you wait 7 minutes. If you want to wait, that's fine.
Well, I'm supposed to be out here on a date, and I just forgot the password. Yeah.
It's interesting, but yeah, I'm happy to have you call your phone from one of my phones.
Yeah, I have a good. Apparently, I have Alzheimer's.
That's okay. Kimberly, do you have one of your handsets that makes that easy?
You have a number for me?
Yes. Calling your phone. Well, I'm a little lost here, and hopefully, this person can get me an Uber.
Yes, please.
Well, actually, I haven't tried that yet because the thumb doesn't work. I haven't had that. I just bought this phone. No. Yeah.
Yes.
I think he's calling someone else.
Yeah.
Yep. We want to bring people into Discord. We are not technologically savvy enough to manage multiple live chats at once. So we suppress the live chat on YouTube in order to bring you here if you'd like to interact with us.
Thank you so much.
What you think?
So what is this output going to go for? So this would be to hardwire it instead of Bluetooth it. Okay.
That number didn't work. No worries. Okay.
So we will need to like stack a few things so people don't trip on it, kind of thing. And this is because the delay when you're speaking to people out there is inconvenient. Okay.
So what's the new routing with the speaker going to look like?
Never mind. Okay. So go back to Bluetoothing the speaker. Okay. Hello, Quinn. We've been practicing our quinning and doing decently. Kimberly's really been stepping up on that.
Quinn has a magic touch.
Yeah, Quinn does have the magic touch, but you know she's just obviously copying. Yes, thank you. Okay, is the wireless in play? It's just sitting over there. Okay, so I'll keep it muted until I see somebody pick it up. Howdy.
Okay.
So with the mic, could you turn that, Kimberly? Could you notch that down just a smidgen?
Got one belly up in the water, catfish.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Got a stinky catfish. Oh no.
Easy fishing, I guess.
Maybe. That sounds good to me, Kimberly. I don't hear it. Are you hearing it well enough? Good. We'll get to see how long that little Oreo cookie puck lasts without an external charger. Boom. No call?
Why are you not charging it?
I didn't understand. I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Okay. I believe you. You too.
Strange.
Yeah, that's okay. I can tolerate that.
Yeah.
Something work? No, thank you.
We're good.
No.
We're good.
Can't do it. No, can't do it. No, please don't. No, we are not set up for it. Please take. No, literally, it would change our status in doing this if we take any money. We don't want to do it. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I'm sure. Take some water too. Yeah, please take water.
Hello.
Hi there. We're doing free water and free speech. It's not even a package deal. You can mix and match your own setup. We're doing street epistemology. That's where we ask you what you believe and why and what kind of authorities you have, and not argue from a different position.
Okay.
We have a seat open
Yeah.
if you would like.
First of all, are you involved in any supernatural religious organizations or recruiting?
We are not recruiting, and I am not a believer of the supernatural. I believe Reed is probably also not a believer of the supernatural. And we are not recruiting. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I hear you. Definitely not unusual either.
There's a dream center right over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they help people who are homeless, but only if you're like Southern Baptist, prostitutes, if you're atheist or Muslim, they got no room for you.
Interesting.
It's sick.
Okay.
Most people who put signs up by the bus stop, the guy at the car,
Uh-huh.
repent, you're going to hell. That's why it's just normal to associate this with basically
Yeah, totally.
exploiting people.
We look just like a religious situation. We're not.
Who pays for this thing?
We do out of our own pocket, and also there's a nonprofit, Street Epistemology International, costing me as much.
Nice. So you just sit down, people sit down
Yeah,
and interview them?
and we're live streaming right now.
Live stream it?
We are live streaming. Come over here. I'll show you what I mean. If you see this right here, there is our wide camera from right there. Here is the ultra wide camera from over there.
Okay.
Here's the face to face. If you and I are talking, you'd be right there.
Nice.
And
Oh, this is the shit, man. Nice.
this is the shit. This is a great shit, and it's an all volunteer thing.
Whoa. Yeah. All right, sure.
Sure, have a seat.
All right. Should have been recording that right there.
We have been. We've run live
Oh,
streaming.
good. Well, that's
Now, the thing is, you weren't very close to the microphone, so they didn't hear you very
Oh,
much.
that's too bad. Shit. How do I? What do I do?
Have a sit. Put on the headphones.
I gotta put the headphones on.
Don't have to. And if you want to re-wipe them, that's fine.
Yeah. Can I walk? I'm all right. I'll just wipe my hands when I'm done.
Okay. And here, and there's the wipes. Okay. Yeah. So you want to be very clean and careful. We're trying to wipe everything down between people. What's your name?
Jason Benke.
Okay, just Jason. Okay. Guest is Jason. Oh, yes. Hold on. You got it right. Hello, Jason.
Hello.
I'm Dolly.
Hi, Dolly.
How's your day?
It's okay. It's warming up. It's my first time here.
Would you hit the button on the top of that? Or maybe Reed should do that.
Oh,
Would
to
you not
turn
want
that
to
on
touch it?
or
Yeah.
shut off? Okay.
Yeah. So we're live streaming and recording. You're okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay. Dolly, record this. Here we are.
Cool. So tell me something that you believe. Something that you think is true in the world.
Something I think is, I believe, something that's true in the world. Believe that we have evidence to suggest that we have a communal self-interest in helping each other, which
Okay.
is difficult to understand. We have individuality, but like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we're outside of a group of 4 people. So what I believe is that a group interest, and it's hard to reconcile this, but I
Mhm.
believe that there is great benefit in having equitability, and there's actually a self-benefit
Mhm.
for helping others that you can't really see or quantify because it's how are you going to talk about this park or this bench or
Yeah.
so that's something that I believe that is a natural evolution to help people survive.
Okay.
You can't do it all yourself.
I hear that the claim is that we have evidence that it is good for us to be pro-social, to act in a societally cooperative way. What would the nature of this evidence be? If I had some of this evidence, what would it look like?
Well, you can start with like breastfeeding. A baby can't survive by itself. Somebody
Right.
else has to do that. That's sort of
Yes.
a natural sort of thing. Loving, you see this baby, oh, look at this cute little blob. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that thing can't do any work.
Right.
We have, so, I mean, it starts at a
It
level.
needs constant help for years before it can even feed itself.
Yes, all
Yeah.
of that is like love and kindness towards someone else. That's not yourself, but that's part of a bigger group.
Right.
That's how the species has evolved. So
Mhm.
That's one example of evidence.
So evidence would be breastfeeding and the care that we give to young children.
Yes.
Okay, so that's an example of where I'm getting of where this pro-social cooperation is, well, it's so necessary, it's like critical to our lives. It's absolutely necessary. If we didn't have it, none of us would make it past 2.
Right.
Yeah. How about at our age?
At our age, what would you like? Another example?
Yeah, any kind of evidence that says that we should act cooperatively. Your claim is that we have evidence, and so I'm looking for what that would be.
Yeah. So evidence for people who are older, that was like the most basic, simple starting.
Mhm.
So cooperatively, we have, I guess, I'm not sure if this qualifies. We have a division of labor as far as like food,
Mhm.
systems. Everyone's sort of specialized. Oh, your plumbing breaks, you hire the plumber. You
Yeah.
don't do that because you don't have that specialized skills. Oh, you want some corn? Oh, you want a cheesecake? You gonna
Okay.
milk a cow? No. So we have all these divisions of things. It's in their sort of self-interest to have sort of a good product, I guess, as possible. So does that qualify as an example?
Yeah. So specialization of roles and skills
Trades, education, and
allows
ability.
humanity to do way more things because we don't all have to know it. If somebody knows it, we can all use it together. So that makes us more powerful as a group, more capable, more resourceful.
Yes, it's sort of a. I originally started about speaking of kind of kindness, but it works for that too.
Okay.
No, that's not exactly kindness, milking a sheep so other people can have milk. But
Well, I think it's kind to people who like milk,
yeah, so I mean, it
Yeah.
depends how you look at
especially people who like milk and don't want to milk their own cow.
it. Right. And
Yeah.
actually,
It's a real kindness.
cows, they become domesticated. They actually need to be milked.
Oh yeah, totally.
What's the cow's
Totally.
possession?
Well, that cow needs to be milked, and if you don't, it'll hurt. That's no fun at all. They're bred for that. Now, as far as whether the cow likes it or consents, I have reason to think they like it enough because some of them line up with the milking machine at the right time.
Yeah.
So they're thinking, okay, this is a process I'm okay with and I'm volunteering for it. I'm not sure that they consent in general, but it's easy to see some examples of consent for being milked.
Yes. What do you think?
Of which one?
I don't know. What's
Of
your
the claim in general?
Yeah.
I'm my confidence. So if this would be, no, there's no reason to think that we should be cooperative, and there's every reason to think we should be crazy cooperative. I'm about right there. You can see a tiny sliver of doubt,
Okay.
but it's hardly anything.
Okay.
I completely agree with you that it is important for us to act cooperatively. I think we are a social species. I think as you say, the breastfeeding and the care that the parents have to give to our children makes us unusually and especially social, like almost at the level of like ants and bees, in that they can't survive unless they act in the social way.
Right.
There's no independent life for a bee. I think with humans, we're not quite that far, but like there's very little independent life for a meerkat. Individual meerkats don't survive well. Individual humans, very poor survival rate, very poor thriving. So I'm completely in agreement with you. So where's your confidence on that scale?
My confidence on the statement that I said?
Yeah.
I believe it to be true.
Okay. Do you have any doubts? Is there anything that you could learn that would reduce your confidence in that?
I'm sure there's things I could learn that could undo that, or I'm sure I could learn things that might make me question some of that, or be sort of a stupid semantics game. But this
Okay.
is something that's been pretty well documented.
Yeah.
And if you don't agree, go ahead and move by yourself in the middle of nowhere.
Sure.
See how long you last. Not too
Find an
long.
empty spot. We're fine with that.
If you have
Go
to
ahead, be a hermit.
surrender all your tools, that wasn't made by you. I mean,
Oh. So a true hermit
yeah.
wouldn't even take the tools. They wouldn't even take the preparation with them.
Well, unless they made them. I'm saying, like, you
Okay.
didn't make those scissors. So if this was something, if you wanted to argue the counter argument to this, you'd say, look at the example of X, Y, and Z. These people have surrendered and said, fuck you to the whole world, and every single thing, I'm going to do it myself. Doesn't work.
Right.
I mean, any of these Ayn Rand reactionaries, that's exactly what they're talking about. You have to follow these arguments to the obvious limit, and it's not going to hold up.
Yeah, I don't see people thriving alone without a lot of preparation and use of the society.
Yeah, if it happened, we'd see it.
Yeah, I live on a boat a lot of the week, and so around me are people working on boats, and I think that's probably the example of somebody going out and being alone for weeks at a time, being completely self-sufficient on a boat that's at least a year's labor of somebody, with materials that cost a year's salary, with and so on, as you say. An amazing amount of preparation and tools and support from society to be able to get there, to then call yourself a hermit for a few weeks at a time. So it's a perfect example that it's such an extreme for somebody to be able to pull away and isolate as you're describing.
Yeah, but it's funny because this isn't exactly the same thing, but we are sort of pulling away sort of emotionally and interactively right now because of this COVID-19.
Yeah.
But still we have food and interactions. But yeah, I cannot think of a good example of some counter evidence. If there was,
Yeah. Okay, so it's almost silly to ask, but it's in my list of questions that seem like a good idea. Hypothetically, what could you learn that would increase your confidence, that would reduce that sliver of doubt?
What could I learn that would reduce?
Increase your confidence. So make you closer to 100%. Remove that, reduce that sliver of doubt by half, maybe.
Well, if you could find a person who was living by himself and other people had such a good thing that other people wanted to join him, that would be evidence. So if I saw strong evidence of somebody being unkind and being a fucking asshole to everybody and saying fuck you to everything, it just doesn't work. If there was an example, then that could be. Yeah, I would be open to looking at it, but there is no evidence for that.
Yeah, I think the example you're giving would reduce my confidence if it were a successful example. If I found a successful example of a hermit who thrived.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would reduce my confidence. I think what would increase my confidence is seeing a bunch of people try and just crash and burn, fail. I think that, we're talking about a little sliver of doubt on something we completely agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I really enjoyed this conversation. I appreciate it.
What are your other questions? Cordial curiosity? It's just anything?
Sure.
Do you have like a base thing? You said you had a list of questions that are on my thing. How does this normally work?
Normally, people come up with their own. There are some suggestions on the board. I also have a list of questions here. Oh, but I do have a few questions from the crowd.
That are
watching. Yes. From the crowd. Yes, there's a...
Which crowd? The ducks?
In this case, it's a crowd in the live show text on Discord.
Okay.
So, let's see. When I see the claim... Yeah, he doesn't want to touch the headphones. He's concerned, and I respect that. So the question is it morally reprehensible for a person to live and act in solitude? If they choose to do so, is there a moral downside to doing that?
No. Actually, there'd be nothing more honorable than following through with what you believe to be true. But we could look at the evidence. There's a wide variety of psychological conditions, and some people are like more social, more introvert, more extrovert. If somebody wanted to be a hermit by himself and do that, and that was what they seemed as right, that would be the noble thing to do.
Cool. All right.
I mean, it's just like, it's the same thing with like suicide. People are like, oh, this is like a taboo thing. These people are ill.
Yeah.
And they are making a choice. So you can't, in hindsight or extrapolate it out, you could say, well, your wound will heal, these things can change, but it's not. So the question is it morally reprehensible for someone to actually do this? Is that the question?
Right. Is there any moral downside to somebody actually becoming a hermit?
Well, the moral downside for the individual is different than like the group. So for the individual, he's not going to reap the benefits and the frustrations of living in society, and the good and the bad for that. There would be, even though there are some terrible people, most of them are good for the most of the time. And so the rest of the people outside of that have a moral downside, and they are not seeing the positivity and the benefits of whatever the unique personality of that individual is.
Mhm.
So the outside group morally loses a broader spectrum of human conditions that could help even the group. You know, they might have skills or abilities.
Okay, so the loss is that group's opportunity to interact with that person. That person might be bringing something important, and it might be a loss to society to lose the interaction with that person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that the group loses the benefits and the negative attributes of that person.
Mhm.
But if you average out that entity,
Mhm.
it's better to have that entity with you in the group, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I agree.
I try to answer that from the individual's position. So yeah.
Sure. I have another question. It's almost the same question. Is someone who lives in solitude harming anyone? I think you already answered it.
No, not at all.
Right.
Actually, I would say, is anyone living in solitude? Who writes these things? These people over here? Well, I don't get it. This is a Discord. People are actually watching this?
Yeah, people are
can't believe
watching
it.
this. We're streaming to
Fascinating.
Twitch and Facebook and YouTube and Periscope. Earlier, I heard that there was 7 on one platform and 4 and 4 viewers.
Oh, wow. Fascinating.
There might be more by now. I haven't checked recently.
Well, is there anything morally wrong with solitude? They didn't say morality. They just said solitude.
I'll read it carefully. Is someone who lives in solitude harming anyone? Was one question, and the other one, is it morally reprehensible for a person to live and act in solitude? I think those are pretty much the same.
Yeah, they're pretty much the same question.
Uh-huh.
No one is being harmed in solitude. It's the same exact concept or conversation we just had.
Yeah.
It could be harming the bigger group by not participating, but that's their choice. And if that's what they believe, boom.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do.
Yeah, Scott, the question thing is just put a dash in front of whatever you're writing, and then I'll be able to promote it to the screen if you like. Anne says, I think they harm themselves, but I don't think that's morally wrong. Would you agree with me that if someone does some harm to themselves, does themselves a disservice that doesn't hurt anybody else, that's their own choice, and there's no moral downside to them making a bad idea, making a bad choice, or making a harmful choice?
Yes, that's true. I would agree with that.
Okay.
They could be harming themselves, absolutely. But it depends how you look at things. Am I harming myself by being here right now? No.
Probably not. Hopefully
But-
I'm being safe.
Right, but actually, maybe I could have. I mean, this isn't really. How can I explain this? That person might have had to make that one instant or mistake or whatever to learn to be able to have greater growth and greater errors in the future. So that might be a necessary choice at that time.
Okay. Someone asks, can social connectivity ever go too far? Should people be individualistic to an extent, or is it always bad?
Should people be into? Say that again.
So it's a compound question. Can social connectivity ever go too far? And should people be individualistic to an extent, or is it always bad for people to go off and be individualistic? And I think he means by individualistic, like the hermit kind of level, as opposed to, no, I'm just going to express myself my own way. I think he means the hermit-y thing.
I don't know what to say to that. I
Okay.
would say that as an individual, I'm just pausing and thinking.
Yes.
Because you can be
It's,
we're social creatures.
we get bonus points if you pause and think. That's extra special for us.
All right. I was just thinking because I was trying, how can I answer this thing exactly?
Yeah.
I don't have an initial thought on it, but we are social people.
Uh-huh.
Social media and all this stuff, there is good and there's bad and there's toxic within that, but you also need time to pause and think. You know, you don't have to go to Mount Baldy like Leonard Cohen to have these
Right.
sort of escapes.
I love Leonard Cohen.
Yeah, he's great.
I miss him.
Yeah, we'll turn on his music. He's still
Yeah,
here.
he's still here.
So, yes, amazing. But, I don't know, I was just trying to answer that question because there's two kind of compounded questions, but
It is. So you can pick either one of them, or we could move on because there's 2 more already.
I don't feel like I can answer that one. What's the question?
That's fine.
Can anyone individually be good? Or I feel like it was kind of either or a question. Answer.
Yeah, let's skip it and go on. Is there a false dichotomy between all social and all hermit. Huh.
Yeah, you don't have to be one or the other. These are all
Yeah.
kind of similar questions, actually.
They are. They're coming from different people, though.
It's okay, but people want to know where to draw the line. Depends on who that person is. You are individual, you're social, but it all sort of stemmed out of, I said, original, you asked me what did I believe. I said, it's inherently in your self-interest to be sort of self-aware for the greater community. So, yeah.
Yep.
What did they just ask?
The
exact words?
The exact words were, is there a false dichotomy between all social and hermit? A false dichotomy is where you have an extreme and an extreme, and kind of a binary.
Yes.
And you say it must be one or the other. Whereas the opposite of a false dichotomy was something that has a clear third choice or has a big gradient.
Yeah,
where you could fall anywhere in the range.
I feel like I answered that. Hopefully, I don't know, because I said it doesn't. You don't have to go to the top of the mountain to have that solitude. But
okay. Another person asks, is harming oneself morally equivalent to harming others? And I'm thinking that you already answered this one.
Yeah, I kind of already answered that too.
Yeah.
It could be you could be making a mistake. You could be hurting the greater community, but also that might be a necessary choice. So sometimes that is necessary as the individual. I mean, you have to allow individuals. Can you hear me with this thing on?
I hear you very well.
Okay, good. Yeah, you have to allow individuals to make tragic choices.
Yeah.
Because they might grow from that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yes, that could harm the greater people. So we try to minimize those things so people don't have such wild fluctuations. We try to narrow the parameter of wild volatility in all things. Economics, monetary. You know, there's a person sleeping in this tent right here.
Yeah.
That's a wild spectrum from the house right above it.
Totally. It's an amazing thing. I mean, we're looking at expensive apartments with a great view of people homeless. It's a thing.
So we try to minimize these types of extremes.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to answer that question.
Yeah.
Would self-harm be, or self-harm, or you could be hurting yourself and hurting the community, definitely.
Yeah.
You are a component of that, but you have to operate from your own subjective experience.
Yeah.
So you're going to hurt yourself, or your own individual thing could be, 20%. In the greater picture, it's 0.2.
Okay. Cool. I think I'm out of questions.
All right.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for me or the crowd?
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this really actively for a little over a year, maybe about a year. Actually, meeting with people in the parks, that was like January.
Yeah.
And I've been learning it and practicing it since 14 maybe.
Awesome. This seems like a cool thing. It's something like I'd like to do.
Yeah.
What has anybody asked you? Has anyone's answer ever made you cry?
Yes.
What happened? What were the reasons behind that?
Oh, in that case, it was a story that they told that really moved me. And it was just a story that went along with what their claim was. They were talking about the thing, and it probably, I don't actually remember the content. It might have been about children. It might have been about pets. That's the kind of thing I would cry about. It might have been somebody lost a loved one. Yeah.
What have you learned doing this?
I have learned how to have conversations with anybody, whether or not I agree with them, and end up walking away happy and ready to have another conversation. I've learned how to eliminate polarization causing communication, to where I live on a dock several days of the week. And on that dock, there are some right-wing and some left-wing folk, and the right-wing folk outnumber everybody. For some reason, boaters are red state. I don't know, but that's fine. And I'm the only one on that dock who can speak to everybody on that dock. There are people who can't speak to that group, or there's people that can't speak to that group. I can speak to all of them.
And well, why is that? I mean, we certainly always come to. You always want to have these tribal names for this group or that group.
Yeah.
To try to polarize people. So I asked you what you learned. You
Yep.
said you can have a broader range of talking to people.
Yep.
So I'm looking at.
I can talk to everybody.
Stuff. How can you break that down into like 3 takeaway steps for people who are watching right now? What are you going to say to them? They're not you on the
Okay.
dock. What do they need to do?
How to learn what I've learned is go to streetepistemology.com and check out the resources. And we're working on a self-study course, and there's also a whole bunch of resources and people willing to help you learn this process. So the takeaway is people are worth paying attention to and listening to. Even when you disagree with them a lot, they still know some correct things.
Yeah.
There's this genetic fallacy where we disregard information because we distrust the source. And we can learn to get around that.
Okay, so one thing you said for those people to go to that website to get that information.
Streetepistemology.com. That's a good place for learning how to do what I'm doing. And I could give you the 5-minute summary or the hour-long summary or the something like that in actually what it is.
Yeah, I was just curious for people who are watching or whatever, like, I don't know, what are they going to say? Like, you're like, I learned these things.
Mm-hmm.
So
my favorite way to learn them is examples like this, viewing examples like this. Many of the people that I speak to have already seen Anthony Magnabosco's videos. He's the one who's got the most videos and the most viewers.
Yeah.
In this practice.
Okay.
So Anthony Magnabosco, he's the guy.
Oh, I never heard this person.
Right. He's got, he's a YouTuber with 50,000 subscribers.
Oh.
So how much impact is that? That's not everybody. That's not everybody. That's, what is that? 1/100,000th of the world.
What's this puzzle right here? This is a red.
That's an obvious bribe to get you to come back. You can have any one of those.
It's a what?
It's an obvious bribe for you to come back. When you have a conversation, I offer you one of those. You get to pick, and then the idea is if you'd want to collect all 3, you come back for 2 more conversations.
Oh, I see.
We like to encourage repeat conversations.
What you were talking about before is like, but people have sort of innate biases. You said you sort of learn that basically try to be aware of that or cognizant of these
sort
of traps
everybody's got biases.
Everyone goes into.
Mm-hmm. And the trick is just being okay with that. Letting people be wrong if you disagree. That's okay. It's the opposite of cancel culture.
What's something you strongly disagree with?
Trump.
Why?
I dislike Trump for hundreds of reasons, and all of my likings of Trump are like reasons I can tolerate him, not reasons why I would choose him. I don't want him as a leader. I think he's incompetent. I think he's nasty and a blowhard. I think he's antisocial. I think he thinks cheating is clever and doesn't like fairness.
Right. Well, can I
Stuff like that.
you?
Sure.
Basically, the guy's a misogynist. He's a maniac. He's a charlatan. He's a self-interested megalomaniac. He's a xenophobic racist.
A strangely rich grifter.
He's a manifestation of these people who sort of, he got the fuck you vote, and he basically sort of is able to harness this.
It's spelled populist. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but how that is what really is the problem is this sort of willful ignorance of the masses that allow that. You can find a fool in every corner.
Yeah.
So I said, what's something you strongly disagree with? Trump, but I would say that he is not, dude, he's a maniac.
Yeah, that's more like a someone, not a something. So if I were to come up with a something, I would say I strongly disagree with disregarding people's opinions just because they have an association. I shouldn't listen to you. You're a insert label here. I think that's bad. I think that's stupid.
But what do you think about our news media? Because basically these are these massive for-profit corporations, which basically turn into these sort of editorialized, sort of like, wow, can you believe that this group did this?
Uh-huh.
I mean, did you read Matt Taibbi's book called Hate Inc.?
No, I think I've made it.
It's a pretty good book,
Heard
just talking
about
about how it's basically just sort of a. It's just that they
I'm
just
very aware of Fox News and CNN and MSNBC
Yeah.
and OAN
they're
and
all sort of like hater. Look at what that nasty group did. So it's hey you.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. It's actually very harmful and destructive. Even like who's that lady on MSNBC? She's like, I got to check out his taxes.
Rachel Maddow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Henny Penny, the sky's falling. Okay, she had some paper whatever, but anyway, she completely her behavior. Matt Taibbi talks about this
Okay.
book. She does the same thing. It's sort of this outlandish recoiling at the other group.
Yeah.
You know? Uh-huh.
yeah,
But anyway,
Schadenfreude.
yeah. Anyway,
Kimberly, would you grab me the orange book? Go ahead.
I don't know what else to say. I was just looking. But also, wait, what's your name?
I'm Dolly, D-A-L-I.
Right, Dolly.
That's Reed, R-E-I-D. And that's Kimberly, K-I-M-B-E-R-B-E-R-L.
Nice. And how long are you normally out here?
4 hours.
4 hours, huh?
4 hours twice a week. That's the book I'm really into these days.
All right, let me take a picture.
Yeah, take a picture of that.
What else are you reading that's good you recommend?
The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. H-A-I-D-T.
I think I've heard of this book.
Yeah, it's a 2006 book. It's the one I'm reading currently. And the main idea is that we can break down to something like 6 values, how the moral foundations that people use to come up with their choices. And the real difference between people isn't so much that they have different data. Yes, they can have false facts, but it's that they value those things differently. This would be caring for people as opposed to harm. It would be fairness as opposed to cheating. Liberty as opposed to oppression. Authority versus subversion. Thank you. Sanctity versus degradation, like purity. Let's see, and loyalty versus betrayal. They did a bunch of studies with people, and that conservatives are about equal in these 6, and progressive liberals are big on authority, care, harm, and fairness, and not the other 3. And libertarians are liberty above all the other ones. So this becomes kind of a map for predicting how people are going to make moral choices, and which are the values that are guiding their moral choices.
Right. Well, whatever those choices are, we're going to pay a lot of money to say those keywords a lot to frighten people.
Oh yeah. If you listen to political advertising,
So
you can just go, oh, that's this one. That you can just pick which one of them that they're referencing, because in Western society, it's pretty strongly predictive. You go outside of Western society. I mean, if you go to China, if you go to Japan, these are not the right things. But it works in America and Canada and Europe and most Western societies, in the sense of, I'm not sure if Western's the great term, but you
Western
follow me.
civilization. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Chris Hedges?
Not ringing a bell with Chris Hedges.
He's an author. He wrote a book called End of Civilization, Days of Revolt. He's a Pulitzer Prize winning author. Speaks a lot about American foreign policy.
Okay.
Anyway, I just read his book, and goes into kind of excruciating details on a couple of examples, but he's talking about sort of the moral decline of the United States, and that basically this is it, because of basically this unsustainable capitalism, this sort of rat race, anyway.
Okay.
I do not disagree with him on very many things. I recommend his book a lot.
Okay.
I was just curious, what other books have you read recently you recommend? I was looking at my books to see what
let's see.
you recommend.
Tactfulness by Hansel Rosling. That's about understanding statistics about the world really well and understanding the state of the world, looking at it from a high view on statistics. There's another one that I read from Peter Singer.
I like him.
Yeah, and I'm not remembering the name of the Peter Singer book in the moment, but it was about what are the efficient ways to save lives, for example, in terms of like, we've got some of this low-hanging fruit where we can, for $5, we can save lives with mosquito nets.
Well, that's what happened with mosquito nets.
Yeah,
and
$5 a life or
GMOs.
something like that. It's just like incredibly cheap. And then you look at other things that we need to do, and it might take $1,000 or it might take $1 million to save a life. And if you're going to have a giving, do you want to give toward mosquito nets? Of course, there's only a little bit of that low-hanging fruit of mosquito nets.
Yep.
Most other things cost a lot more than $5 to do any
Right.
good.
What's the cost value benefit for these things?
Exactly, and that's where Peter Singer was going.
I'll check that out.
I like that one
guy.
too. Yeah.
Does anybody famous watch this thing like Bill Gates?
I don't know. They haven't told me.
We got to get Bill Gates. We got to get all these people who have
Yes.
signed this giving pledge to give their money. What the fuck
Yes.
are they waiting for? Basically, we have people warring against their neighbors. I mean, there's massive problems in the world. All these huge people who basically got rich off of these. You want equitability and you want meritocracy, but you have all of these huge, just disgustingly wealthy people that have so much money, it's insane. And they're like, well, I feel kind of guilty, so I'm going to give it away when I die. What the fuck are you waiting for? Dude, you're only alive once. Reincarnation is just a dream. That's not happening.
Yeah.
What are these people waiting for? Like, Bill Gates is doing a lot of good things, actually, but
I'm pretty
pledge,
happy with Bill and Melinda.
The giving pledge, what are these people waiting for? We got serious problems. We need to do things now.
I'm really happy that Bill and Melinda have taken to managing their giving as opposed to just fire hosing it out.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think I've got a lot of negativity about Microsoft over the decades.
But yeah, the only reason I got
and
big
I'm
is
mostly
because of
forgiven. You pissed me off about Microsoft for years, but then you save 100,000 lives from malaria. Okay, you're in.
That's exactly what that person's question was. Could you do something good? That guy could have done harm there, but he might have made a mistake and learned from that. And now look at him because of that.
Yeah. So somebody reminds me the name of the Peter Singer book was called The Life You Can Save.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Peter Singer.
Yeah. People on Twitch and Discord are both saying they love you as an interlocutor. Interlocutor in this case is just the fancy word we're using for the conversation partner.
Nice.
A lot of this comes from Socratic dialogue, so we have some jargon left over from Socrates.
Nice.
Like we're having an Elenchus. Did you know that?
A Elenchus?
Elenchus. Elenchus.
No.
Yeah.
Elenchus. I probably would not have guessed that on the multiple choice.
I would. It's such weird jargon.
Huh. I will. I'm not sure what kind of people you normally have on here, or who watches this, or what they want to hear. That's always the thing too. Is you have something that's established, sort of realm of topics or whatever. And do those people like connect with that? And also, there's a big problem with making shows live. Like they're like, "Oh, I got a live show."
Yeah. Dude,
figure that shit out and edit it, and then when you have it written, I will come back and read it.
Okay.
So, no offense against this, but I'm saying
this is the kind of thing that works best live.
Yeah.
Now, Reed for years has been doing this with the GoPros, doing the editing thing.
Yeah.
And taking the most interesting 10 or 20% of the conversations and publishing
Oh,
those.
good.
And my producer, that's way far away, North Macedonia, convinced me last July that doing it live would save a lot of time.
Yeah, actually, I would just say, he's right, but also it's apples and oranges. It's totally different.
It is.
But I'm just saying, in general, we have a deluge of everybody's going live and wants to be like a superstar and a selfie famous person. No, just create some quality, just spend some time, get your bread perfect, and when it's good, you can share it with people, then they'll be there.
Yeah. In this case, the most editing I do is I go back after the live stream and I clip each conversation into its own video.
Oh, right on.
But I don't cut anything out of the middle of the conversation unless something crazy happens.
Yeah.
That I need to for some reason, or I need to blur somebody's face because they ask, or whatever.
How could you make this show be better? Or this conversation, or just not you and I.
This is just really good already.
Yeah.
This particular conversation, maybe I should switch scenes to something else. But no, this is just what I want.
All right.
This is an example of how to have this kind of conversation, and it's a decent one. You're a good interlocutor. You're interesting. You're animated. You're thinking about it. You're responding to everything. You're running with the ball. I couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, well, good. I like to talk about things. More people should have conversations. You have to articulate yourself, actually, and explain yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the best you can. A foundational tool for anything. Communication.
The remote control is going a little crazy. I'm going to refresh it. Oh. Yes. Do you do Discord or Facebook, or do you have a social media that you like?
Well, actually, in reverse order to answer those questions, yes, I'm on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I joined this Discord because I joined this cooking class, and they have this social club for like tabletop gaming. So I joined this Discord actually, but it's pretty much just people communicating with memes, and I haven't really gotten to any games yet.
Okay.
I did write a bunch of my thoughts and feelings, almost like an article on my Facebook page. They just deleted all these pages because I think these groups were like, somehow they were using that. So on Facebook, you can create a page. You can just write your comments like, oh, I feel okay, or here's a picture. Oh, look.
Sure.
Just a little status update. There was also another option called Pages. And pictures in them, which was different than just posting on the regular feed. So it was a better structure. Some people would write poems, recipes. So I wrote some stuff on there, and then I just looked the other day because I was going to copy this. I had this idea to solve this COVID. I was going to send this thing to my friend, but then they just deleted them all, actually.
Oh, you mentioned COVID.
Yeah.
They're on a rampage about COVID misinformation.
Yeah, well, mine is sort of an editorial. I basically said that we need to create an app on the phone.
The AI couldn't tell the difference.
That might be why, actually.
Yeah, I don't think this was a person going through reading your thing going, oh, no, they just, computer search,
That might be true, but I'm
COVID,
saying,
and if they don't have letters behind their name,
That's true, and the tab or the options for people to have notes is completely gone. People who wrote recipes, because there's other people complaining online, too, about their poems and recipes, other topics. That whole tab is gone. That was a good tool. Why do you ask that?
Because my producer whispered in my head and said, ask him which social media he's on. So we have a 5,000 person group on Facebook and about 4,000 people in our Discord.
Yeah.
And it's either one of them and both of them are great places for these kinds of conversations.
Oh, nice.
People, basically, there's a bunch of people saying, please come, we would like to talk with you.
Come to the Discord?
Come to the Discord or come to the Facebook, and because they would like to interact with you.
All right, I will.
Thank you.
Sure.
We have cards. We have Reed's cards. I don't have mine printed recently. And that can get you in there. And also, streetepistemology.com.
Oh, all right.
And you can take a picture of the back of my shirt if that helps. It's got streetepistemology.com on it.
Okay, I can see epistemology.
Street epistemology is
nice.
the conversational method that I'm doing with you.
Nice. Have you read Plato's The Republic?
Not yet.
Dude, you got to read that book.
Okay.
Hey, that is one of the best books. That, and I'm in volume 2 of Arthur Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Idea. So good, dude. And actually, if you like this stuff, you should check out also, you read Thus Spoke Zarathustra?
I haven't. I am familiar with Zoroastrian as a religion.
Yeah, well, it's I don't know. I just think.
And I'm very familiar with the song in question.
Oh yeah, sing it.
I would get a copyright strike because I can actually sing well and hold a pitch. But it was the opening. It was the theme for 2001.
Oh.
Real
Okay.
simple, big major chord leading up to.
Yep.
Dum, 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 dum.
Nice. I recommend that book. It's good. And it's kind of a. It is sort of inspirational. It's sort of a hero comes down the mountain to tell the world how to live.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, "You're a fucking fool. Get the fuck out of here." It's like, none of these people in this town are going to recognize my truth. I must go to the elders and the wiser people, and they will seek this wisdom. And he's just calling on people to become an ubermensch, uberman.
Yep.
It just means like
Yep.
a higher level being
Yep.
that of yourself, being sort of self-aware.
Clark Kent.
And it just has many poetic and insightful lines. You can actually look it up online too. The text is right there. Just pick any spot and you're like, it's just like a dessert. But the whole book is very good. Anyway, I was thinking about the Plato's Republic because I definitely recommend that to everybody too.
Yeah.
That also calls on people to
I typically read my Socrates in small bites.
this thing, dude. This is gonna be 12-course meal. You will go to the vomitarium and come back for more. It's so good. You're basically, it's he's calling on people to be mindful. The gymnasium, exercise, libraries, wisdom, being mindful. He does talk a little bit about slaves, and you should basically
he's in favor of slavery, and that's an issue. But
there's a couple little small things, and he says like the right time to have a kid is I think when you're like 13, but this is like a different time.
Totally.
You can have a more broader understanding and recognize that we should have equitability. Of course, we're not going to have any slaves, and you're probably not going to be having kids.
The slave
at
thing,
12.
that's a bad choice.
But anyway, that book is incredible. But anyway, I'm not sure if anyone's watching this, but definitely Plato's The Republic.
Thank you.
And that book Zarathustra is pretty good too. Anyway, you want me to get out of here?
No.
You want me to
Nobody's waiting.
I also just read 100 Years of Solitude. That's a famous book, which I
Don't know that one.
It's I don't know.
But that
Spanish.
relates to your first claim.
What?
Solitude. That relates to your first claim.
Yeah, dude. It's that book is worth checking out. Yeah. All right, that Chris Hedges book was America: The Farewell Tour.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He goes on too long in some of the examples, but he's really trying to put yourself in that situation. It's like a documentary filmmaker. He's sort of highlighting these different things. He's talking about, just goes on and on this S&M thing about this lady who has to do this stuff, but it is sort of talking about the fact that nobody wants to do this stuff for their own free will, and it is sort of a subjugation of what the individual wants and how money can put somebody in a position of pain and exploitation.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's good, dude.
Indeed. Somebody reinforces Chris Hedges, definitely recommend.
Yeah, Chris Hedges is great. Most people, you kind of have a couple of issues with them, are like, a little bit of a wacko. He's not exactly angry, but he is sort of beating this drum of like, wake up, people. But I don't ever disagree with him. So,
hey, it's okay. If you're beating the drum, I can live with that.
I was just looking at my library of books here.
Yes, FK, I'm resetting. Okay. It is working. I had to reset my remote control. Switch to 3 vertical, you say? Sure.
What would be interesting is if you were to ask somebody a question,
Yes.
and then you just have your producers or whatever just sitting here, just logically skewering that argument.
We do that a little bit, and you'll notice that I hit you up for reasons. I hit you up for the things. I went down your, what do you take as authorities, and that kind of thing. What kind of data would shift you? And that's kind of how far we want to go. We want to. There's a danger of crossing over into arguing from a different position and say, well, how do you really know that, and getting somebody defensive.
That's true. You're not going to have a good conversation then.
Exactly. The point is, we're very effective if we can avoid defensiveness while still exploring something and causing that stop to think thing. That's all I want to do. Is I want to get far enough that you're doing a stop to think. And then you'll do the rest yourself. If I can cause a shift in your confidence, up or down, or if I can cause you to rethink your claim, you'll do that on your own. It doesn't matter if you move forward or away to my position. That shouldn't be my goal at all.
Right. Well, there is a problem that basically people sort of define their identity with their own choice or belief, which could be wrong. Like, chocolate chip cookies are the best.
Yeah, sure.
So, but actually, you can't actually answer that question for anybody else. So, I guess you're probably wise to not have it be confrontational.
Yeah.
But it is good to point out if there's something, forcing them to articulate, and they should have to reason away that other concept.
Yeah. If you'd had poor epistemology, if you'd have had suck reasons, it would have taken longer.
Oh.
The people with the strongest epistemology, if I get a scientist sitting down in here and who's all intellectually humble and they got all this thing, they fall through my flowchart really fast. The conversation takes 5 minutes because I'll say, so what do you think? And they'll tell me and they'll give me their reasons and their reason why they select what kind of data and how they would select new information coming. They'll just tell me everything I want to know and I'll say, okay, thanks. And so I'm trying to only have the position of being really in favor of critical thinking and not trying to be in favor of my own fact set.
Are you fans of James Randi? Did you see he just passed away?
Yes, I'm a big fan of James Randi.
Yeah.
And he will be missed.
Yeah, he's a great guy speaking of rational thinking, and he did tons, and he's famous and a magician and incredible. And he lived an amazing life. He had that. You see that documentary about him talking about his life was a lie, and then he basically was.
I've seen a few James Randi documentaries. I probably have seen that one.
This one came out like 5 or 6 years ago. That basically he was gay, and he was kind of keeping this whole secret. And no, that's good. And you read Skeptic magazine?
I have. I'm very familiar with Michael Shermer.
Yeah, I like him as well. So kind of.
I'm subscribed to Michael Shermer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
On YouTube. I don't afford the magazine, but the YouTube's free.
Yeah, nice. Oh, you know what? You probably will like this then, because actually, there was a discussion at Caltech with Michael Shermer, Sam Harris, Gene Houston, and Deepak Chopra talking about the future of God. And it's by what's his name? The ABC reporter.
Okay.
I was in the crowd there. Dude,
is this a Bill Moyers?
No, it wasn't Bill Moyers. Although I love Bill Moyers, he's incredible.
Yeah.
It's another guy on ABC who said he's got a last name that's similar to somebody else. Doesn't really matter. It was on ABC. Of course, on TV they got to edit the thing down.
Sure.
Dude, it was an intellectual bloodbath. Deepak Chopra is basically getting totally emotional and like, there's no reason for belief in this and that. And he said religion is going to fly people into planes. And then Michael Shermer is like, Deepak, that's very un-Deepak of you. It's incredible. But unfortunately, the parameters of a TV show, they had to edit the thing down considerably. But if you were to watch that, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It was pretty entertaining.
Somebody just put up a poster of An Honest Liar.
Yeah, that's the movie, Honest Liar.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, a great picture of him, too.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So, yeah, I like that guy. Holly, what's the attribute of your personality you'd like to share more with the world?
Wow. That's a really tough question. I have significant social anxiety. It's really actually very hard for me to come out in public and deal with these things, talk with people. And I have learned it through grit and technique. How to, I'm very much an introvert. And so to be this extroverted is a significant effort. So that's not something I'd want to wish on people. I'm okay. Here's something I want to share with the world. I have a downside that I can get into analysis paralysis. I can think about a thing to the exclusion of ever doing it. The more I think about it, the more I can think of reasons, and I go down a rabbit hole and never come out. That's a downside. The upside is that at least given enough time, given somebody else to say, okay, there's a deadline, we have this long to think about it, then we have to do something, I can work pretty well on a team like that. If somebody can tell me, okay, time to stop analyzing, it's time to actually go run with the decisions. So that's not something I'd want to wish on other people, is to have this analysis paralysis, but there are advantages to it in a team environment. And then maybe the other one is a willingness to engage peacefully. I don't know if that's a personality trait.
Not exactly, but keep going, because basically my question was, what's a personality trait of yourself you want to share more with the world? And you said, I've sort of been doing this, it's going to help me improve. Socially, kind of didn't want to get involved, which sounds kind of strange because you're sitting here talking to people.
Yeah.
But I guess you have a structure for it, and actually nothing but like forced practice and discipline. That's going to basically kick your ass and make you become really good. But I was curious, independent of this, or maybe it is the same thing, or it might be related, because that's the first thing you thought of.
Yeah.
But I was asking, what's a personality or attribute of your character you want to share more with the world? Do you want to talk more?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I have a very low opinion of my success. And therefore, I would have a low opinion of saying somebody should adopt my whatever, my traits, my choices, or something like that. I have a very low opinion of that kind of thing. I would hope that people would not copy me because I have failed so much, socially and otherwise.
Right. But what do you want to share more?
What do I want to share more? Non-polarization, being able to speak to anybody about anything. That's. I don't know if that's a personality trait or a hobby that I'm using to get over a personality trait.
Yeah, they're probably intertwined.
Yeah. I mean, that's my obsession this year. Become a much better communicator, be able to communicate with anybody peacefully.
Why is this? Tell me about your father.
I grew up in a fundamentalist missionary school. My father was Reverend.
Really?
Yeah. Southern Baptist. But not in name.
Oh.
They would never admit that they were Southern Baptist. I didn't know what Southern Baptist meant or any connotations of it until I was an adult. Because they would never admit that that was the case, except that if I look at their beliefs and structures and what they taught, it's word for word Southern Baptist, and they called themselves interdenominational in order to not admit it. But they were chapter and verse Southern Baptist.
And so how did that affect you?
Oh, it suppressed the hell out of me. Fundamentalist missionary school, that's a tough place for a kid. That's the kind of effect where when I'm a young child, I'm hearing my mother say, if she did not believe that I was going to heaven after I reached the age of consent, it would be better that she killed me so that I went to heaven rather than have me grow up to be an adult and not go to heaven.
Wow.
It's that kind of shit. I mean, it's that level of holy shit. If I don't, my mother might be secretly planning to off me if I don't rise to whatever she thinks I should by the time I'm 6 or 7.
And when you heard that, though, like, what did you think of that? Were you like, that's a crock of shit, or I'm scared, or what the fuck?
I had no reference to be able to think it was a crock of shit. I had no reference to even believe this wasn't a common practice. So, as you can imagine, I had a lot of fear.
Yeah.
And I was constantly being told I did not measure up and I wasn't doing well enough. So my prediction of whether I would pass that test that I'm hearing is coming up was very, very low. Also, they had such an opinion that saving somebody's soul was more important than their life that I had. They could be fantastically cruel to people for stupid reasons, especially, for example, gay people.
Why would they be cruel to them?
Because their religion said that that's gays are the worst. That's just the most horrible possible thing. You could be a murderer, and that's forgiven, but he was gay. I mean, it was that bad. Murder is easy to forgive, but he touched another man's butt. No. Very extreme. Yeah, so how did it affect me? It took me a bunch of years to get over that shit. And it was inevitable. There was no way I could stay in. There was no way I could stay understanding. I was too well informed and too scientific in the work that I did. I was a computer programmer and that kind of thing. And if you're well enough informed, you can't be a young Earth creationist.
Right.
You have to stick your head under the sand scientifically. You have to blinder yourself scientifically to retain young Earth creationists. I actually am of the opinion that young Earth creationists are about as wrong as flat Earthers.
Young creationists? What the heck's that?
The assertion that the world was created about 6,000 years ago, a literalist interpretation of Genesis.
Oh, okay, yeah.
6 days of creation.
Right. Yeah, so basically...
Evolution isn't a thing.
Yeah, so you can either go, like you said, willful ignorance, but you got to poke your head up out of the sand and explore. So that didn't happen. So then you're in conflict with that.
Yeah, so in my 20s, I had this inevitable situation of just going, wow, that was a huge crock of shit.
What do you think the benefits of that whole thing were, though? As a reaction to that?
Benefits. Well, it didn't protect me from child abuse. It didn't protect me, as you could imagine. There's a big problem in religious circles. The tighter they are, the worse they tend to do the Catholic kitty rapey thing. So if Catholics or Protestants or imams in a Muslim community or something, it's all kind of the same wraparound. And my answer is don't leave your kids alone with a cleric. Yeah, don't leave your kids alone with somebody who's got the authority of the locals and no checks and balances.
Absolutely.
Because maybe only 1% of them are kitty rapers, but you're not going to catch them. It's a problem. So no, that's no good. Sorry, you asked the benefits. I lived a very, very sheltered life, so perhaps I was less endangered. That's a minor benefit.
Yeah.
It's a benefit. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I had 3 squares a day in healthcare.
Oh.
Kind of. I'm not sure it's a benefit relating to. There's so many other ways I could have had all the same benefits without the headaches.
Different situation.
Yeah. But I can give credit where credit is due, in that my parents did actually try to provide a safe environment for me. With my father's dead a while. I'm just thinking about what would happen if my mother was listening to this. Oh well. She's still alive.
Good. I hope she is. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. People do the best they can given their present level of awareness. That's what Eckhart Tolle says in The Power of... actually, it's in A New Earth, which actually has more anecdotals. But that's a good thing. I'm not making any excuses, but people are responsible. Choices could have been different. Absolutely. But actually... what the hell is that book called? it does help you to, or it's all in the same vein of the spirit, actually. Sam Harris has a book called Free Will, which is basically just a recapitulation of the same concept of basically somebody else's book, which I think
We
is
were
probably
talking
better.
about that on Tuesday. Reed was recommending that book to me
Oh, yeah?
on Tuesday. Freed Will from Sam Harris.
Well, all it really said, I can tell you, basically, it's a short book, but the whole point is people, actually, free will is a complete illusion, but you don't get to choose the choices you get.
Okay.
So you do have options. You are in control because it's actually just a placebo that helps you just exist. But you do have the choices. You get to choose within the choices that you're given. But anyway, I'm trying to wrap this into the same concept because when you start to understand that, you will see that a lot of people actually, they didn't really necessarily have a choice, and you will have a greater compassion. It will lead to a greater compassion and understanding of the situation. Oh, well, why is that guy banging his head against the fucking wall? Well, actually, let's take a look. We really do know why. He didn't have this. This is what happened, and this is what happened. I'm surprised it's not even worse. So there is a great benefit to a greater understanding of people and situations, and you'll have much more compassion.
Where's Reed? Ah, he's moving his car because street sweeping.
Another thing you said made me think of another line in another movie. There's a documentary called about Dr. Bronner's magic soap. Which everybody likes that magic soap.
That's what I use.
And so
I really love that soap, especially the peppermint.
The peppermint, peppermint's the best. Just a little burn, it depends. And there's a documentary about that actually. Dr. Bronner, I don't know what his name is. Basically escaped from this institution in Chicago.
Okay.
He came out to LA actually. He's making the soap, and I bought that thing originally because I was like, Jesus, who made this thing? There's no graphic design. This is probably made by a madman, because no corporate company would allow it to be labeled with so much. He's really just saying there's one love,
label
one
is
unity.
obviously provided by a blind person.
The whole reason why he made the soap was to become a
Dr.
vehicle.
Bronner is blind, by the way. He was blinded in World War II.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He made this soap.
I should say was blind. He's no longer alive.
He was blind, but he made the soap as a vehicle, basically for his message, which is great. But in the documentary, I don't know where I watched it, but he did have a couple kids, and he's
Essene.
He's what?
Essene is the religion, and it's a literalist, scriptural interpretation religion.
Yeah. Yes. Well, the one line popped out of my head, or when you were talking about this experience, is that talking about your mom, is that. Jesus, just spit it out. What the hell's the line? He says he's working in his shed, he's broke, and his wife is like, look, we don't have any money, what the hell are we gonna do? And he said there's some line in the movie where he's like, look, I have a debt to you and my kids, but I also have a debt to the entire planet. What's it gonna be? So anyway, he pretty much left his family and his kids.
Oh wow.
So anyway, crazy. Okay, well, here I can wrap this up.
Yes, thank you.
Else. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a card if you want. That's Reed. You can get a hold of him. He'll be happy to hand things off to me or you and get you into the Discord and do all those things.
Cordially curious.
Cordial curiosity. His name is Reed Nice Wonder. So there's a pun in there.
Reed Nice what?
Nice Wonder.
Nice Wonder.
Which kind of is like cordial curiosity. Nice and wandering. Curious.
Okay, thank you.
It's a fun little pun.
His name is on the card?
Yeah.
It's okay.
So you can have that as well. We'll be here Tuesday next. And some people are suggesting that you could sit in my seat next time.
I just was.
No, you could sit in this seat.
Oh yeah, okay.
And do the questioning.
Oh, I mean that's what I'm saying.
You're understanding this well enough that you're probably ready to do my role.
That's what I was saying though. I was asking you about what you want to share with yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
I'm talking about things.
Good. When Reed comes back, you can have a conversation with him if you like.
Oh, sir. I might have to move on because I don't know if I'm going to tip it.
The ticket on this side is Friday till noon.
Yeah, till noon. I'm past noon.
You're past noon, and then on Thursday it's 8 to 10 a.m. on that side.
Is there a time limit? Or no?
I don't know. I suggest checking the signs. I suck at checking the signs so bad that this year we have paid almost $400 in parking tickets because we really suck at checking signs, and we need to get a lot better at it because that's just gonna kick my little financial ass if I keep doing something like that.
So wait, you have 1, 2, 3. You have more cameras.
We have 4 cameras. We have 4 cameras going on the live stream, and these are all just like tablets and phones. And then we've got some GoPros here.
Yep.
I'm going to turn this one off. And the GoPros are for edited YouTube.
Oh.
The GoPros have higher quality, and of course, we're recording locally. And for these cameras that are going out on live stream, we're obviously making some quality compromises in order to go out over cell phone.
Yeah.
And in this case, we're using 3 self-data accounts. This one has its own account, and this is an account that's operating 5 other devices. That camera.
Account on what?
T-Mobile.
Oh, okay.
The T-Mobile data account.
Okay, got it.
And then on this one here, that phone reads, and it's I think that's an AT&T data account. It's an iPhone. I think that's like AT&T. I don't know if that has to be AT&T or something, but anyway, I think that's what it is. So
basically, you got 2 cameras on each system. One's for live, one's for editing.
right.
Yep.
Right. So there's actually 8 cameras running, 4 in each setup.
What's the audio going recorded to?
The audio is being recorded by this mic and that mic. There's also see that remote mic? We can turn that one on channel 2, so we can walk around.
Where do they go in this mixer?
They go into this mixer. So here's the 3 channels for the 3 microphones.
Yep.
Mine, the remote, and yours. These channels aren't being used. This is the one that's coming back from.
That's the output.
This is the return from Discord.
Oh.
So this one's handling the audio going back and forth. So if you had this on, you'd have been able to hear people talking.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, and it's okay. They weren't saying very much.
Okay.
Mostly they were typing. And then they're typing here. You can see the live show text. Like, this guy will have his SE channel in no time. His comment. Hi, Jason.
Hello. Wait,
So
somebody there right now?
yeah, there's as I said, there was like the last an hour ago there were 7 people in one, 4 in another, so there was 15 people watching or something.
Oh, cool. Crazy.
Yep.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, we see you check the setup.
Oh, yeah, weird. Oh, wait,
That's my producer here. This guy.
Who's that guy? Is that the guy in Macedonia?
Yeah, that's the guy in Macedonia, North Macedonia.
Nice. You know,
It's an all volunteer crew, so we take you wherever you are.
dude, that is
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. And so like if you scroll back, like here's the
Yeah,
James Randi
absolutely,
thing,
yeah.
and then like here was the life you can save.
Yep.
Somebody brought that up.
Seller.
So they're talking about and talking back to us, and like for example, I have this claim. If I put the claim on, see how here it's got this the question that you asked, what's an attribute of your personality you'd like to share with the world, that shows on screen.
How did you get that text on there?
I press that right here. This is streaming. This is again going through this data account.
But I didn't see you type it. You typed it on the computer?
No, they typed it.
Oh, someone else did.
Somebody else typed that for us when you asked the question.
Yep.
And then I just turned the claim function on, and it shows. Like if I had a confidence scale, like we use this thing. I also have a confidence scale I can put up here, and I just type a number, and it puts it wherever on that scale, on a 100 scale.
Oh, that's badass, dude.
Yeah, this is all FK's work. This is all the producers.
Cakework?
FK is his name.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yep. And then I particularly like this layout where I have this camera up here and that camera, and then the wide view.
Yeah, basically you get a wide shot with a close-up in each one, like a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this case, if you look closely, you'll see that that's like a speech bubble. It's a circle with a little line coming off of it, or a little angle coming off it. like you're the one speaking or that,
Yeah.
and you'll see your names there.
Cool.
In that case, when you sat down, I typed guest space Jason, and it popped that, and that's all part of the bot that runs the show.
Dude, that's
Very
badass.
automated.
How'd you learn about all this?
FK does.
Dude,
Oh, me learn? No, I know audio. This is all FK's magic.
dude, that's badass, man.
He is badass. And if you wanted to do an SE show, I think he's talking. Hold on. Go ahead. Yeah. Here. Yeah, they can hear through the speaker. We're doing free water and free speech today. It's amazing what we can do wirelessly now.
Yes, so he can hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for saying I kick butt, but basically we all kick butt, and actually it's a whole conversation. So
Yeah.
you need different people. You put these resources together. Pretty damn cool.
Uh-huh.
Pretty spooky too,
Oh, it's
in a
amazing.
good way.
It's crazy spooky what we can do in 2020.
Now, of course, you want to be like a capitalist. Basically, you swap out these lenses with basically a thing, and then how are we going to get like a sponsor and keep the quality the same and make some money on this sucker?
Oh, we don't want to. Don't need to make any money on it.
Actually,
We're doing this for our own hobby kind of reasons.
Yep. Oh, I might speak.
Okay, go ahead.
It's all right. It's good. It's hobby. The intentions are pure, but you could basically.
Yeah.
I just like the idea. I'm not sure how it turns out in the end, but it just makes you think.
Yeah. As FK says, you want to make it sustainable. Yeah, we agree. We agree. Sustainability is important. I also have a little bit of a concern about polluting the intention if you put a profit motive in there.
Yeah.
Suddenly we'd be moving close to Steven Crowder.
Yep.
You familiar with him?
No.
Okay, he goes out there with the table sort of like this, and he says, change my mind, or change my view. And he's doing interviews in a very similar style,
Yep.
but he's arguing for a position and wants to argue with people in public and challenge them and make them look stupid sometimes. And I don't think it's effective, but I do think it's entertaining.
Yeah, well, cheap thrills are.
Yeah. I want the effective more than the entertaining.
Yeah, sweet, dude. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Pretty cool. Nice. So I will have to look up this Discord to see what this thing is.
Yeah, check out the Discord.
Nice. Crazy, man. Yeah, all you need to do is I got this camera at home actually, and I can just tell you actually.
Yeah.
If you were to use it costs more money, but basically there's a Sony camera. The thing stays on, but you need a shallow depth of field, 35 millimeter lens at like a 1.8, and it will look different. This is fine too, and good and wide and simple. But
yeah, I could go with SLRs. I have a pair of decent SLRs, but getting it to stream is non-trivial.
Yes.
And I don't want to have intimidating hardware.
Yeah, you want to keep it super simple.
Yeah, and given that we're talking about it's a really short range and really wide angle, this thing has a natural, really good depth of field to begin with.
Yep.
So it's the one good thing that the cameras on these things are good for.
Yep.
Close up and wide angle. It's and that's good enough.
Crazy, man. I think it's so cool.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny, actually? When you first sat down, or when you stood right here,
Yeah.
I said to you, should have said this in the camera thing, because I was like, are you affiliated with any
Right, you're
church?
standing there.
Are you selling anything?
Do you have any supernatural claims?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's what normally it is. It's
Yeah.
like, you're burning in hell, motherfucker, unless you believe this. I was
That's
like,
right.
Oh, God, here we go again.
Well, this kind of invite somebody to have a talk is a very good idea. hardly surprising that people would take it up.
Well, it's true. A lot of people don't want to actually talk about those things. Once in a while, you talk to somebody.
Mhm.
If someone doesn't have a rational discussion and they're not on the same level, you can't really have a discussion. So
Yeah.
it's okay. You can have some zany beliefs, but a lot of people who are really kind of fundamentalists, they're just you can't even have a discussion because they're moving from an
Right.
agenda of trying to like save your soul. If you don't agree with me, you're gonna rot in hell.
Yeah.
But dude, actually, what are we talking about here? So
Yeah.
and I'm glad you're not.
We
that.
do have those conversations with people.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, maybe 30-40% of people sit down and they have a religious claim. And some of those people are just not going to be moved at all.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Chapter 7 of this book says if you're talking to somebody like that, don't worry about whether you're moving them. That's a small percentage chance. Take the time to learn how they think and how they speak.
Well, right. Yeah.
Just learn their position. And then the next time you have a conversation with somebody like that, it's going to be easier.
Yeah. Just as long as they're willing to have a conversation. Because lots of times it's almost like an attack. Like, Jesus.
Oh,
Oh.
I have an astonishingly thick skin now.
Yeah.
Go ahead. When I'm training in this stuff, I teach this stuff on the weekends. And I will often steel man a position, which is to say I will pretend to be whatever. I will try to represent whatever claim they ask me to represent,
Yep.
whether or not I believe it.
Well, that's a
And
good
I try to steel man it in that I try to make it look as good as I can and be as respectful to the people that hold that position as I can. And so I'm very practiced at pulling a Jerry Falwell on you.
Yeah. Nice. Another thing that might be interesting. Same line. What the heck's the website? Is God dang it, there's a good website. This has like a list of like 40 logical fallacies.
Sure,
It's
sure.
so good.
Lots of logical fallacies.
And so, I don't know.
By the way, calling out logical fallacies in real time doesn't help conversation at all.
No, no. It's
I made reference to the. Okay. FK is asking if you would give contact information. They would like to stay in touch with you. Would you be willing to be contacted?
yeah, sure. How do I do that? What do you mean?
Oh,
You?
I got a Post-it note around here somewhere. Or you can send me an email. Kimberly, would you acquire me Post-it note and a Sharpie?
So weird. Are you here every single? You said Tuesday and Thursdays.
We're trying to do Tuesdays and Fridays, and this is our 4th show up, so this is only 2 weeks in.
Yep.
We have been doing this. We took a big break during COVID. We stopped doing this in March and just went online only
Yep.
Until like late September, when we figured out, okay, with these kind of precautions and these kind of this and everything, we can get a sufficient level of safety. We changed out our table for one that was quite a bit longer, so we got 2 meters distance, things like that. And then we've done Rose Bowl Park and Runyon Canyon Park, and we tried to do Venice the other day and had to get punched out of there. The film LA is a pain in the ass
Oh yeah. Well,
because
once you get a camera, they were like, "This is part of something."
it's like, oh my God, you have a tripod. What are you doing? Why do you think that you got in public with a tripod?
Well, and they think everyone's HBO and
Yeah, and they want $600 a day.
A lot of money, yeah.
And I'm like, no, can't do that. Absolutely not. My entire hobby this year has cost me only a few times that. You can choose those or any other claim you like. You can bring any claim you want.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just looking. Actually, the more than two genders, actually, this is a very hot button topic, actually, but it's very fascinating. What the hell did I read about this? Pretty much there is basically two majority, but on a scientific level, actually, at a certain level, certain people have this amount of testosterone or this amount of
Estrogen.
estrogen. And
Yeah,
basically,
or androzone or androgen, if it's in the other. Yeah, they have different names for it depending on who it's in.
the only true way to really do it is to look at it from like a scientific manner
Okay.
like that. But it gets real messy and real tricky. So like 95% of things are pretty good and clear, but there is
Yeah, it's a
intersect.
bimodal distribution with people clustering very strong around here, but then examples from all over the weird place.
Yeah, it gets weird and really tricky quick actually. So those weird tricky things, it's very strange. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of what the hell are the results? I don't know if it was in the 80s or what, but they used to have like these like women checks or whatever for like the Olympics because they want people to be for like sports and running it. And
Sure,
so
sure.
basically, you know, you want to be respectful for people, but you can't have like a Iron Man like.
Yeah, if you've got it.
Whoa.
Fun. Kimberly, I have your help.
Wind changed, I guess.
But yep.
Anyway, I'm
We-
much more happy with what we talked about. But
Yeah,
So I'm guessing it's not hooked to the table.
it came unhooked from the table.
Okay.
okay, well, anyway, I'm gonna go check on my thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
You
Thank
want
you.
my number or something or my email?
Yes, Kimberly, do you have? You don't.
And
Right.
I don't have.
Yep. I will find you something.
Well, what's
Sorry,
your-
on the chair Reed was sitting in over there, there's a post-it note and
On the what sitting over there?
the chair Reed was sitting in.
Oh,
Post-it
okay.
note
There's
and
there's
Sharpie.
post-it note and Sharpie right there.
Okay. Write it on there?
Just write whatever contact information. Give it to Kimberly, and we're not going to put that on the live stream. Give it to me, and I'll DM it. We don't want to broadcast that on the live stream. Yeah, I think I failed to attach it properly.
Anchor it in the bottom.
I did? Okay.
And the top has issues, but the anchor it means it's swivel.
Okay. Hey, Senator Kiwi.
And anything he's given you.
Uh-huh.
Got some more of this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you want.
You need help
Take
with
all
that?
you want.
No, I got it. Yeah, these are also sanitary equipment.
I'm just gonna take this thing here. I put mine on
On the pad?
Post it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So hand it to me, and I'll get it to the people. Yes, thank you.
Oh, well, you know what's weird is that I watched this guy on Twitch. He was like doing like Lyft car rides or something, giving people.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't that he didn't really have any conversations, same
Yeah.
kind of thing. But you could do the same thing like this, like in a car almost. Just like
I have a friend who does that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, another guy who runs a channel. His channel is Abstract Activist.
Yeah.
He's up in Portland, where they've got some serious shit going on. And he actually lives across from a police station in Portland.
Yeah.
So he is surrounded by some shit going on. And he does the Uber and Lyft thing, and has had about 300 conversations in his car
Nice.
doing SE with people. And he does a slightly different version of SE. Instead of asking you for a claim,
Yeah.
he has a list of 24 questions about how you think about truth that we go through.
Oh yeah.
And so it's the same idea that we're trying to dig down to. What do you accept as data? What kind of authorities do you trust? It's the same basic idea, but instead of basing it on a claim, it's just here's a list of questions. And by the way, I have the questions available if you want them. Here's a list of questions, and what do you think about this? You know, like, is truth objective? Is truth subjective? It's a
true
wild,
different for different people.
yeah.
Huh.
It's that kind of
Morality
thing.
subjective.
So he does that, and it's great stuff. Yeah, would
In
you?
a car, crazy. That's cool because yeah.
Yeah,
I watched
he was
that
doing it
guy's
in the
thing.
car before March.
Good. Well, thank
Yeah.
you very much. It's been fascinating.
Thank
I
you.
want to have some more of this, but I touched that pen. It doesn't matter, but I can pretty much guarantee you I don't have COVID because I was in a car accident a couple weeks, in August. I went to physical therapy twice last week, 2 times. That place got shut down because somebody there had it. And I haven't seen anybody. I've been out. I got a test on Monday. Negative.
Nice.
So anyway,
Yeah.
anyway.
And hopefully, I'm acting as if I have it. I have no reason to think I do. In terms of my communicativeness to you with the mask and with the me washing of the everything before I'm touching everything. And I'm going to, since you didn't actually wear it, I don't have to, but normally I would grab one of these wipes and wipe the inside of the headset, things like that. Wipe the table in front of you, wipe the chair down.
I didn't even touch that either.
Right, you didn't even you didn't touch any of it.
So anyway.
And hopefully we're keeping the equipment really, really careful and safe. You see plastic over the keyboards.
Yes, it's pretty windy out here too. So that's the key.
That would help
Yeah,
if dilution is the issue.
Yeah, it's pretty windy. So
yeah, the wind is up. You all can't hear it because of these cool fake dead cats.
Yeah, they're working good.
They're working very well.
Meow. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dolly.
Dolly, D-A-L-I.
Jason, have a good one.
Thank you,
very
Jason. Yes. First time watching, yes. Waiting for other people to come by to do SE. We just had a very long conversation that started with sort of a normal SE, and then he turned around and started asking me questions, and we went as far as he wanted to, and we just kept talking for a while. So I'm going to say that was like 20, 30 minutes of SE, and then 40 minutes of rapport following, and just exploration. Several people I agree with think he would be really good at doing SE. He's already got half of it down. How much longer are we going for? We have been streaming for a little under 2 hours. Yep, 2 hours. So we'll be going for 2 more hours. We're trying for a 4-hour day today. Things like rain could shut us down immediately. If it starts raining, then we're done. Bags over everything, get it all in the car. Nice. I'll be here. Remembering Christopher Hitchens. Yes. The 101 South is a parking lot? Huh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Reed went all the way to the freeway. Yes, I hear you, Reed.
Yeah, so I'm going on back roads now. Maybe 30 minutes away.
Okay. You're 30 minutes away? Okay.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. That'll seem so disembodied and weird for them. Hi, I'd like you to have an interview with somebody who's not here. It could happen. Ah, yes. Okay. I'll try to... well, let's see. Stoic and calm. That'll be my standard for Reed. So what do you think about that? Yes. Just when I had an opportunity to bail out of this chair and go use the restroom, they're over there cleaning those restrooms. So I'm just gonna wait. Until they're done cleaning. Just when I had a break to go.
Where did that go? Because you didn't load.
Yeah, just when I had the break to go to the restroom, they're over there cleaning those restrooms. Are they done yet? No, they're not done yet.
They're allowed to do that.
Yep, I'm okay with that. All right, would you put that back in the bag? Thank you. Can you put it in my? Oh, was that your copy?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, it'll be a nice, freshly cleaned restroom. And okay, Kimberly, watch my thing. I'm gonna hit the restroom. Be right back.
Is the wide camera vertical? Okay.
I am far less distracted. Yes? Yes? Yes, I see that it is. Would you like me to ask her to change that? Okay. Right now she's got it actually vertical. I think she's doing something on it. I'm obvious, yes. Kimberly, when you're done, can you put the back to horizontal?
Okay, when I had it horizontal, it said it was sideways. I will put it back and see what it does.
Could you put your headset on so you can hear him? You can hear him? Okay. So, currently I see the phone is physically vertical. What would you like her to change? Okay, so please rotate to horizontal, and then there might be some further settings or something that he's asking you to change. Once you change it to horizontal, let's see what it does. Yes, it should be. I'll tell you, you may need to refresh after it's sideways. She's nodding yes. Yes. By the way, if you're here on Discord, there's a very good chance that you will end up seeing things that are not on the main stream that are sausage making kind of things, like suddenly you could see the sound mixer coming up and we're doing this kind of thing. And it doesn't show on the other one, but it'll show on the Discord stream because the Discord stream is actually the 5th stream coming out of the computer today. It's amazing what computers can do today.
At what time? No.
5 high definition streams at a time.
I'll meet you there. Go at 4. 4:30. More than.
Right. We are not using the one true kernel. That is true. Although the Mac users are the closest. Macs are just well-made, expensive PCs with Mac software. They stopped being their own hardware years ago. Yes, they are well-made.
They just had an event where they announced exclusively Mac Silicon Macs. So they're now
Nice.
shifting towards Apple and hardware.
Okay. They have their own CPU now. Okay. Yep. I wonder what that Mac Silicon can do that the Intel Silicon doesn't already do. I wonder what is the advantage of custom hardware in this case. Yeah.
Power and efficiency improvements.
Okay. Yes. Wow. Sure. Would anybody like some practice? Would anybody like to make claims? Would anybody like to jump in and be part of this show while we await a new interlocutor? Sure, Diablo. Sure, video. Excellent.
Might be a good time to make a scene where it's just one person there and a Discord person, kind of two vertical.
Maybe. Could be cool.
Am I visible? What's up, Daddy?
Weather is nice. It's a little brisk today, but I like the cold myself. It's sunny and bright and cool.
So where is that?
Echo Park is just a little bit north and west of downtown Los Angeles. If I were to get to the center of downtown, that would be about an hour's walk. I don't tell you how long it would take to drive because, well, it's only 5 kilometers or so, about 3 miles. The traffic around here makes the car time kind of slow. Hey there.
All right.
I see you.
Cool. I'm here.
Looks like the stack of the camera has the speaking function. There you go. That's at the right stack level. How you doing, Dio?
Yeah. Good. I see a delay between me speaking and well, with two cameras. I guess that's normal. Yeah. Sorry, I've never been live
Yes.
before.
Yeah,
So,
there's a
what?
latency in all the steps.
Yeah. What should we? I don't know. Help me come up with a claim, maybe.
Sure. Let's see. Claims. I think I have a list of things that poke claims into place. Let me grab that. Oh, it's not in this channel. Hold on. It's up in the where we usually do our practice in the SE. Yes, indeed. Very open to suggestions. I'm going to grab a list of topics, and back to the live show text. Here we go. List of topics, and then paste. Paste? Maybe paste? Paste. Not paste? Okay, there we go. Oh, and I pasted it twice. Oh no. So I'm going to start reading off this list, and stop me when anything triggers an idea that you'd like to talk about.
What about supernatural? I've no.
Do you have any opinions for or against supernatural? I think we have a Discord freeze. Ah, there you go. Now I hear you again. So what about supernatural? Do you have opinions for or against it? Maybe? Do you think there's something about things that are supernatural? Okay.
No, I don't think I have knowledge supernatural. Oh,
okay.
It depends what you mean by supernatural, but like supernatural?
Sure. I've got a very long list here. So pick anything that actually triggers an idea. Religion, astrology, psychics, pseudoscience, philosophy, freedom of speech, political regimes, educational system, medicine, ecology. Oh, yes.
Okay, so I think let's try to narrow it down. I don't mind doing freedom of speech or veganism or let's pick one more. Let's pick traditions.
Okay, traditions.
So you pick one.
Do you have a claim about those, or would you like me to steal man a claim?
Well,
sure,
yeah, I'm sure. I think I can come up with fun claims for all three. Sorry, I think we're on a lag here. We have a big delay.
Yes, we have a big lag, so we'll just be patient with each other on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this a question where you're asking me to choose between freedom of speech, traditions, and sorry, what was the third one?
Veganism.
Veganism. Okay. So
your pick for me. I think I can make interesting claims for those three.
Okay, I'm going to use a 6-sided dice. This is a very cute little 6-sided dice, and I will use modulus 3 logic. So 5, so 2, and that would be the second one, and that would be traditions. Tell me what you think about tradition or traditions.
So I'm under the impression that traditions are a sort of way that past cultures have have embedded practical knowledge into it's the way they have passed on practical knowledge to the rest of us, right? So yeah,
Okay.
basically, let's say that before you try to say a tradition is invalid or not good, before you try to replace a tradition, you should first try to figure out its function.
Okay.
And almost all tradition plays a function, and you should always be worried about what the function is. And usually,
Yes.
we can't reconstruct a function rationally. We have to, it's very difficult to reconstruct it rationally.
Okay. It's difficult to reconstruct the reasons for a tradition rationally. That's what you're saying?
Not the reasons, the effects.
Okay. So it's difficult for us to predict the effects of what a tradition does, or if we were to drop a tradition, knowing what the effects would be for in dropping that, the knock-on effects wouldn't be obvious. Period.
Let's take an example. Maybe to clear with an example. So you might say that maybe going to church isn't necessary. Maybe we can have communal bonding by going on Discord and chatting on Discord every day, and then everybody will have a strong community like that. But in practice, it's very hard to get every single person in a single geographical area to do the same activity. So you need some kind of activity that is general enough and doesn't commit you to to a specific personality or character. And the only way to, church is one of those things that where you have a more diverse, kind of people who come in, and it's very hard to replicate that in any other kind of tradition. So the effect here is communal bonding. And it's very hard to. Yeah.
Okay, so church has a wider draw, a more diverse draw than like the average non-church activity. So the benefits of church are such that you get a community bonding that's difficult to get if the thing you're bonding around is specialized, like bowling league, or let's all go watch a baseball game, or maybe we'll do square dancing. Not in COVID, we can't do square dancing. We'll have to do square dancing at a distance. I don't think that works. I don't think I can do square dancing without touching people. Yep. Okay, so traditions are this practical. It's almost like I've got two claims floating here. One is that traditions are the practical knowledge brought by prior generations, and it's not easy to necessarily replace them because, well, I guess they've been sort of selected for. They really worked. That's why they stayed around, and so they get evolved and optimized, maybe.
Yes.
And in the case, like you're saying, with church, because church has such a wide, it throws such a wide net. It gathers everybody in who's willing to at least conform to the belief system, which is usually pretty easy if the church isn't real picky. If you could just be not antisocial, you probably could get away with church. Okay. Let's see. You gave the example of church. Do you have any other examples of traditions that are hard to replace?
Well, I'm personally, like fasting, I would say is one of those traditions, which is, it's very easy to tell someone, hey, look, if you fast, it'll be good for your health. But if you try and give them some kind of ulterior motivation in like the way the church does, then you get much more compliance with fasting.
Okay.
So that's one other thing. I mean, I would probably say put
So fasting
astrology
could
in
be-
there.
Okay. Astrology. All right.
So I mean, anyway, I mean, it's I think of it as people often have a sort of indecisiveness. Like they think, should I do this? Should I do that? What day should I go to the doctor or whatever? Or
Yes.
how am I going to meet the one? And astrology has a kind of well, in game theory, you would call it a correlated equilibrium. So that means that
Okay.
by having a signal by having a signal, you can correlate your activity to that signal, and it's much easier to decide what to do.
Sure. Yeah. Like right around here at the top of the hour, you will hear a chime. Everybody knows the top of the hour. You could coordinate and say, meet me at the park, and when the chime sounds 2, I'll meet you at the spot. Something like that. You could have that kind of coordination.
It's also psychological.
So,
there's
yes.
2 effects, like, because there's maybe you don't know like how to meet people, and you don't know where to go to find your boyfriend, and lucky you, the astrology book says go to the bar by the beach and you'll meet your new whatever mate. So then it's more specific.
Yeah.
You're not overwhelmed with choice, kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it gives it, even if it's not a reasonable choice because it's sort of random or generalized or something, it's still useful because it gives you a direction to try. Is that what I hear
Yes.
for astrology? Okay. So, question from the audience. If a tradition has no function for you, but great function for others, should you respect this tradition?
Yes, you should respect it anyway. It's not. If that's like saying, I don't like, I don't like academia, but others really like it. Should I respect academia? Yes, you should. It's not because you don't like it that you should not respect it, right?
So, are ideas worthy of respect depending on how many people they're useful for?
I don't know about I don't know if it's a number of people.
Okay.
It's more about you have to try and infer what the function of the idea is, right? So if you can't infer it, it's probably best to be risk averse.
Okay. I'm reminded of a legal story where somebody comes to the local magistrate and says, we have this gate that crosses this path, and it's been there for longer than I've been alive, and it's a pain, and I can't see any reason why it's there. I'd like you to allow me to remove it. And the magistrate says, no, if you can't think of why it's there, I especially will not allow you to remove it. If you could understand why it was there and tell us, then we could totally have a conversation about whether it's a good idea. But if you're ignorant of why it's there in the first place, we can't even begin to discuss removing it. I think this kind of goes with what you're saying regarding tradition. So is the ultra wide shot?
Exactly.
No. Okay. We'll deal with that when I'm done talking to Dio. Okay. So, what is up with the camera? We'll figure out what's going on with the wide shot afterwards. Go do the troubleshooting. I think my camera went to rainbow barf. That happens some of the time. Yep. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, good. So the stream might be showing me things different than what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what's actually going on the main 4 streams. you might be seeing something different in the Discord. You might see a little more of the sausage being made for important technical reasons. Yes, all is well. Is it easy to show the claim text across the bottom of this scene? I have it turned on, but I don't see it. If that's difficult, don't worry about it. Okay, so we have these traditions, and they are something like wisdom from the past. If there was a tradition whose function we didn't understand, what would be the means? What would be the method whereby I would test to see whether we should retain it?
The method to see whether you could retain it. I mean, you could just.
Case of the gate. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we'll go ahead. I think maybe we have a very big lag, and I'm not sure. Maybe we should.
I was just saying, like in the case of the gate, like in the legal example, the way you could test what was going on is to observe the gate for a long time and see what's going on, and perhaps to open the gate and see if something different changes. If suddenly now the cows escape, or something like that. Before you remove the gate, you could just open it and have somebody monitor. That might be a way to figure out whether the gate being there was a good idea. I mean, I suppose in the case of a tradition, you might look for people who were not following the tradition, or groups or selected areas where they're not following the tradition, and then figure out how it's different for them. That's the first place I'm going. But what sort of ways could we figure out whether a tradition has knock-on effects that we'd want to keep it?
What are the ways we can figure out if tradition has knock-on effects? Well, simplest way is like seeing, going there and studying the people and seeing anthropologically what is happening. You can usually come up with a theory about why something is there, right? I mean, you can probably link I don't know, fasting to some kind of health benefit, or you can link it to some kind of sale season, a season where there's not much to hunt, or you can link it to maybe sometimes the nature needs a month where you don't hunt things because it'll allow it to grow, and then through tradition you found out that the tribes which fasted survived better because they didn't destroy their environment around them, because they gave it that extra 2 months to get back on things like that. So there's lots of ways to figure it out, but it's hard to do a specific test. A test usually involves changing only one thing, and a lot of these traditions, like if you change one thing, you're changing a lot of other things at the same time, right? So it's very hard to, it's not like drugs where you can give them a placebo and a real thing and then say, well, what is the effect?
Right.
If you change one thing, it might.
Hard to change just a little part of it. Yeah. I mean, if you had a ritual tradition where, I suppose you could just change one aspect of the ritual. You could test whether your ritual is to go out on Friday night and get drunk. If you went out on Friday night and went to the same places but drank less, you could compare it, or drank more, or stayed home and drank. You could maybe change one variable at a time and figure some of that out. Of course, a lot of these traditions it seems like what I'm hearing is that these traditions have a social level effect, more than just the effect on the individual. The fasting is the effect on the individual, but the effect on how that influences hunting is the counterexample. Maybe it's not a counterexample.
Yeah, it can have numerous levels of influence, right?
We're doing free water and free speech. You can have either one. You can only pick one. I'm kidding. You can have both. I'm perverse and make people think about what I'm saying by saying it wrong. Okay, so how careful should we be in changing traditions? Is it okay if we just pick and choose our traditions, throw out the ones that we don't like, and try it? Is that valid, reasonable trying, or is that dangerous?
I think we should look a lot at the payoff space, right? Like, there's a lot of, especially in SE, there's a lot of talk about probability, like likelihood that it's true, but I think that comes second to the payoff. Like, we should look at what the possible consequences of this thing are, and then because if it's something we see that it's worth tinkering with, we should tinker with it. But if it's not worth tinkering with, then like engineering is a very nice example of something that very rarely, like, it's very narrow. Like, before it took 2 hours to do something, now it takes an hour to do something, and as long as if the whatever the production process was like for that something was like a communal process, this might be bad anyway. But if it was like something you were doing individually, then you can probably infer that it's less costly. So the narrower your kind of adaptation, the better, kind of. So it has to be like what Popper calls piecemeal engineering.
Okay. So I'm hearing you say that when we're addressing traditions, if we can change it the smallest amount when we test, if we can do the baby steps, that's better choice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And more. So I'm not sure if that answered the question actually. You asked me. What was the question?
Interesting. Yeah. I was saying, would it be okay for individuals to just throw off traditions and be very innovative and maybe just try a bunch of new things? Is that dangerous to society? Is it dangerous to the rest of us if people are just trying things all on their own?
Well, exactly. So I remember the example I wanted to give. So for example, we want to say we have a tradition being against, being anti-genocide. And then you're like, okay, well, should we tinker with this tradition? And I'm like, okay, well, before tinkering with this tradition, why don't we try and look what are the possible consequences of tinkering with this tradition? And then you're like, well, maybe there's not that much to gain. So why don't we just not tinker with this and go somewhere else? And it's just always try to compute.
Thankfully, we have a whole bunch of natural experiments in history on that topic. We have a bunch of examples of genocide to learn why it's unpopular, why it should be not done. Yeah.
So, but the procedure should be like this. I think it's usually easier to get an idea of the payoff space rather than an idea about the probability space. So, because the probability space is about, so go ahead.
Go ahead. I thought she was asking me a question. She just came over to look at something.
All I'm saying is, all I said was payoff space easier to measure than probability space.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. All right, so let's see. Where else can I go with this? I don't know.
It's a bit narrow.
If in general people were to adopt your caution in regards to tradition, do you think this would change the world? Do you think this would matter?
Some countries, I think some countries are less careful. Well, some cultures are less careful than others about change. and while others, I think, okay, so I think like in most areas, things would not be affected, but it's kind of like an urban thing, right? Or like a lot of urbanites think new is better automatically. Oh, some person said it,
Yep.
and this is the complete opposite of what I'm saying. And yeah, so of course, I think it would change a lot of things in cities, especially.
Okay. All right. Do you see people in cities versus people outside of cities? The city versus city mouse, country mouse, the rural kind of versus the metropolitan. Do you see a difference in approach in these two areas, and is on this question of retaining traditions?
Well, I think city people are less used to having a close community. Like they don't, they like meeting new people, and like meeting new people is a big part of the culture in new cities. And rural people are more about, I have my group, and we're trying to make the group stable. We want people to stay here, stay together, stay united, that kind of thing. And there's a lot more unconditionality in the way you like. In cities, it's almost like shopping for friends. It's like, oh, this one I have a good time with, so I'm going to stay with. This one I don't have a good time with, so I'm not going to stay with. Well, this is not really the rural approach, right? The rural approach is, let's go to the cafe, sit down, you're my group, and it doesn't really, yes. So there's a very big difference in the way you treat things. Of course, at the end of the day, cities are more innovative because of this. They try out more new ideas, but like if you want to estimate the number of inventions which fail, it's something like 99.9%. So it's still most of it is failure. Of course, maybe we do need cities anyway because we want that experimentation with new ideas and that kind of stuff. But a lot of the time, before the idea is really well tested and ready for to do like minimal damage to other places, city people have a tendency to want to push it preemptively. And at the very least, if you adopted that approach, you would be a little more conservative, take it a bit more slow.
Okay. Cool. So, what kind of thing could you learn, hypothetically, not something you know today, that would raise your confidence that being careful about traditions is better for us in the long term?
Well, all you have to say that tradition, like as long as there are things that you can't make too many mistakes on in one lifetime, then it seems like traditions would be very useful. So, for instance, maybe like how many topics can you study at university? Like if you go and study, I don't know, something useless, it's very hard to go back and do the whole thing from scratch because you have income constraints and that kind of stuff. So there are a bunch of choices like that in life which are irreversible, and you can't actually learn on your own from experience. You have to rely on the failures and the successes of the past to figure out what worked and what didn't work. And same thing for like the way you have your relationship with your wife or whatever, your girlfriend. Maybe you shouldn't treat it that way because whatever. So there's a bunch of things that you can't do, that you can't learn on your own, that are not dispensable. So tradition is not dispensable in that way.
Okay. I have a very, very traditional marriage relative to the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
I have two wives. And I have a husband which is not in the Old Testament. Oh. So I'm trying things that are sort of against modern tradition. It's working out really well for me. Is that the kind of thing that's okay to try out, or might there be knock-on effects?
No, I
Am
mean,
I violating the tradition about marriage?
Sorry, I can't say anything. As long as you see that it's very the payoff space is very bounded to yourself, then it's fine, right? As long as is you're experimenting, that's fine. Make sure that your experiment is not going to have knock-on effects.
It should be limited to my family. It seems that religious people don't agree that the knock-on effects are limited. Anybody else who's married in a different marriage. Religious folks strongly think there might be some larger knock-on effects. Well, sometimes they say things like, I think they believe it in a more fundamental way than that.
Well, if you were watching Fox News 10 years ago, you would think they were completely off track. They were saying, "Oh, but if they get gay marriage, then they're going to be trying to propagandize the schools." And 10 years ago, that sounded ridiculous, and now it sounds less ridiculous. So the knock-on effects are not just they may be larger than what it appears, because you can have if people, it's fine if you're doing something and it's private and that's all, but I think religious people are much more scared of like cultural phenomenon where they're going to try to impose things on a mass scale.
Indeed. Somebody asked to define the knock-on effect. Would you like to take a hack at defining knock-on effect? I'll be happy to give a go if you want.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you can do it.
Okay. I think knock-on effect is, it might be obvious to know what the direct effect of a thing is. If I eat food, I will become less hungry. The knock-on effect might be that I eat the wrong kind of food and I can't predict that it's going to have a bad effect on me. Or maybe it's not obvious that my eating this food prevents somebody else from eating and that causes an effect in them. Or maybe my eating of this food and its eggs has the strange knock-on effect of affecting chicken farmers because I purchased the eggs. I think knock-on effect is when you might see the obvious first order effect, but it's the second order effect, and if they end up having a significant effect, it's not obvious. We call that a knock-on effect.
The way the religious people teach this is with David and Goliath. They say David threw the rock at Goliath, and so the first effect is throwing of the rock. The first effect is the rock hitting Goliath. Second effect is Goliath falling down, and that itself causes his army to run away and cower, and that causes the Jews to go after them and kill them. So it's kind of so it's kind of layers of one thing caused this, then that thing caused that, and that thing caused that.
Okay, all right. So unintended consequences, yes. All right. Thank you, Dada. See you later. All right. So I guess I'm just going to summarize and say I see you saying that we need to be very careful to not lose the wisdom of history. That wisdom was hard fought, and we throw it away. If we throw it away, we have the peril that we will lose the less obvious things that come from it. And so, as a default, we should retain traditions until we fully understand them and end up replacing them with a better way to get to those same conclusions, those same answers. And our default should be to retain traditions first, and maybe only change small things at once.
Very
Thank
good.
Thank you for this conversation. I've enjoyed it. Do you have any
thanks very
questions for me on this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what's your take on it? I mean, I was surprised to see that as an option on the list. So, what were your
Oh.
previous experiences, and what's your take?
Yeah, I think that list was just kind of a brainstormed list of all the kinds of things that that people have talked about in SE, kind of unordered, and hey,
Doing good?
we're doing very well. We are live streaming. Are you okay with being recorded?
Yes, I am.
Great. Would you get him a mask? Are you okay with wearing a mask for us?
Yes, I am.
Thank
Can
you.
I sit down?
Yes. Thank you, Dio. I'm going to turn it over to Reed. Yes? Is it you're up?
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Dio.
Cool.
I'm
Thanks.
going to switch to
See you
an
next
ultra
time.
wide, and we're going to swap questioners. Okay.
Thank you.
Do what?
Done. Zach.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. You?
Good, good. Do you come to the park often?
Yes, I do.
Sweet.
Yeah.
How do you like it?
So far, it's been nothing but a blessing. Little rough patches here and there, but I like it. It's different.
It's different.
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Just try and speak as close as you can to the mic. Do you mind if I record and live stream? Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks. Do you mind hitting the top of that GoPro record button there?
This one right here?
Yeah. I would, but I can't reach it. Should only beep once. There you go. Perfect. All right. So do you know what we're all about here? Do you know what we're trying to do?
Yeah, you want to see if God's real.
How do you know that's what we want to do?
Because you're speaking to God's Son.
What do you mean? I'm speaking to God's Son right now.
Yes.
Are you saying you're Jesus?
His Spirit.
Oh, your spirit. Is it the Holy Spirit?
No. As in Jesus Christ, His Spirit.
Jesus Christ is spirit.
Yeah.
I'm talking to that now through you. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
You're trying to confuse me.
I don't want to confuse. I want to understand. What do you mean?
You just lied to me.
What do you mean?
Right here is a place of God. As you can look around, there's a lot of godly people. They're giving free chicken on the other side, though, by the way. There's a lot of Christian people here. It's a place of good dwelling. And believe it or not, God likes to come here. Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit. And if you pay attention, you'll see a little inspiration, They give you inspiration and you can see the light. What you're doing here is you try to unmask what's fake, right? Or you try to show what's fake and what's real.
Yeah, I like to help people think through whatever they believe is true, whatever claim they make. And I want to understand and learn from them if they believe something and help them reflect on however they came to believe whatever they believe.
Okay. So just you by looking at me, what do you see?
I see probably a religious person who comes to Echo Park a lot.
What do you see?
I don't know what you mean.
So just by you looking at me, do you see a regular person?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good, because I'm a regular person just like you.
Cool. Sweet. So do you want to talk about religion or a God existing? Or what do you want to talk about? What claim
Anything you want.
have... Okay. Want to talk about the claim God exists, as in the Christian God? Is that what you believe?
Yes, he does.
All right. I'd love to chat about that if that's all right.
All right, yeah, go for it.
Okay. I've got a little confidence scale somewhere on your side. If all the way to the right, black is absolutely yes, the Christian God exists, or all the way to the left, white is no, absolutely not, the Christian God does not exist, or anywhere between for your confidence, maybe not sure in the middle. Where would you put your current confidence about that on your scale?
Where he stays, like if I believe on him, yes.
Yeah, to the right is absolutely true. Absolutely sure, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. And by 100%, it means you could not be mistaken about this. You're closed-minded on the position, not asking any more questions, no doubts whatsoever.
No, that's whatsoever.
Gotcha. So, what gets you to that level of confidence? What are the main reasons why?
My level of confidence in God.
Yeah, you said 100%. Looks like. And what gets you to that level of confidence? What are the reasons?
He shows me every day,
God shows you every day that He exists.
just like I just showed you.
What's the best example?
He said to move to the left, I move to the left. He said I move it up, I move it up. He said to move to the right, I move to the right. I can't levitate, by the way.
You can't levitate?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm hearing you say is God told you to move the scale all the way to the right? Or no?
I could hear you.
What do you mean move the scale to the right, or move yourself to the left and right?
Yeah.
God tells you to do things, and moving the scale is one example.
That's proof to you.
That's proof to me that He exists. Because He told you to move it that way.
Just for you.
How did you know that God is telling you to do that? Is it like a voice in your head, or how does that work?
And I just have to have faith. No?
Just to have faith. Oh no. Yep.
We don't want to jump that. It's faith, and because I see Him sometimes, He shows Himself at the right times, at the right moments. And then that's when you see Him, you feel that connection. It's something I can't really explain, but it's something you just have to see and feel.
Something you see and feel, and also with faith for you?
Yeah, it's nothing but faith.
Nothing but faith?
Yeah.
Is faith a way to know that God exists? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
What do you mean by faith?
By faith, you gotta stay strong amongst all this. There's a lot of evil. There's a lot of bad things in the world. But I guess you just have to believe in something better. That's what I'm trying to say,
Faith is a way to be strong and to avoid evil in the world? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah.
What is faith exactly? What's the definition?
So right now, I'm talking to the devil.
You're talking to the devil?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Believe it or not, he's inside of you.
The devil's inside of me?
Yeah.
Interesting. How did you...
Look at your screen.
What do you mean? Which screen?
The iPad.
What do you mean?
You've seen it, didn't you?
No. I see the chat and a bunch of people watching. Commenting.
I know it's scary, but so you could see where God is and what He tries to do for you. He tries to show you a good path. He tries to show you a better life and to not be scared of it, not be scared of evil, because He's there for you. Your dad's there for you at all times.
Okay, let me try to repeat what I'm hearing you say. You feel that God is with you and He helps you do things, helps you avoid evil in the world. And also faith is a way to come to disbelief.
Can I leave?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know.
We can wrap it up if you want.
Yeah, I gotta wrap it up. I got more work to do.
All right.
But trust me, we're here for you. All right. You gotta believe.
I do want to believe true things,
You know. You know it. You feel it. All right.
and I need reliable ways to know things.
Okay.
And I'm not sure about feelings as a way to know beliefs like this. But I am open to reasons.
Okay. So you need reliable things.
Yeah. What's a good, reliable way to know that this is true?
Hmm. Open your right hand.
What do you mean?
Look at it.
I see a hand.
Really.
What's about it? How does a hand relate to a God existing?
For everybody that's watching out there, just so they can see how fast they can come in and out, they have to believe, you know? Because just how they come in, they can go out, blink of an eye. This goes for the rest of the world. Don't be scared of it. Be scared of the evil. It gets scary. I'm gonna lie. As you can see, our Heavenly Father is right here fighting right for us. He loves you. I care about you guys too. The daily things, the daily struggle. You know, together as a family, we'll get through it. Amen.
Cool. What was your name again?
Angel. My name's Angel, Bill.
Your name's Angel. My name is Reed.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Angel. I appreciate the conversation.
Of course.
We'll be here Tuesdays and Fridays.
All
if you see us
right.
again, we'll have to continue the conversation.
Of course. Whenever you want.
Sure.
So how do I don't, I'm a dinosaur. I don't really know how to use.
I'll get it. No worries about it.
All right.
But we also like to offer one of these little squishy puzzle pieces for people to take and to remember the conversation and to
Squishy puzzle pieces? Which one?
yeah, those red, yellow, and blue. Feel free to take a piece, whichever color you'd like. Yeah, feel free to take it apart.
Yeah, you want me to take that one, but I don't do red. I do
Blue,
yes.
like that good color.
Remember
And
that.
then if you want to come back for another conversation, you can get another and complete the set.
All right. Thank you. I can't do red though. Sorry.
Oh, you don't want to do red?
No, I just can't do red. That's bad.
It's bad. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe we can come and get the yellow one again. At some
Yeah.
point. Or
Hey, it was nice chatting.
we can do the whole thing blue if you want.
Yeah, there you go.
We could do
You're
that. We could do
learning.
that.
See inspiration.
Love it.
All right.
Thank you, Angel.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
That was interesting.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Oh man.
That's fine.
Oh no. What a day. Oh wow.
Did you drop your water? We have extra water if you'd like a water.
Oh, you got a water?
Yeah.
Can I? Can I have a water?
Sure.
Oh.
Thank you.
Can I get this?
Do what? Yeah, sure. We have wipes and yeah.
So how was it?
Hey, everybody, would you like to do a quick interview? How are we going?
Thank you, by the way. I hope
Thank-
you're inspired.
I was very. Huh. So we have those topics, or bring up any topic you'd like to do. You want to try it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you want to go?
I was in for 2 hours. Would you like to take 2 in a row?
Sure.
So I just like, what do I do?
We're going to sanitize the headphones for you. And looks like everything's good. Yeah, feel free to sit down.
Say that.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, and you?
Great.
It's nice to hear.
Yeah, do you come to the park often?
No, not really. I actually came with my friend over there. He's gonna go to Mexico next week.
Your friend's going to go to Mexico?
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. Are you from Mexico? What's your relationship to Mexico?
Well, me personally, my parents were born there, but I was born in LA, so
Sweet.
yeah.
So it's his first time or no?
No,
No.
it's like he told me he went there before. I've never been there.
But you've never been to Mexico?
Nah.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Sweet. Well, what we do here is like to chat with people about whatever they want to talk about.
Hey, that's what's up.
Yeah, so we just ask questions to try to learn for ourselves what you believe and why, and to help people reflect on whatever they believe and why by asking questions and helping people, think about the reasons and quality of the reasons and how they test their reasons, the reliability. What's your name? What's your first name?
My name is Diancy.
How do you spell that?
DyanTcy.
Gotcha. Well, my name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Reed.
Cool. So, what would you like to chat about?
I forgot the questions already.
Forgot the questions?
Yeah.
We can give you the board again. And they don't have to be these questions. They could be really anything you're thinking about.
Is there any topic that you would like me to discuss over?
Any of those? Or we could roll a dice for it or something.
Yeah, a dice board would be dope.
Are you okay with being recorded?
Yes.
Good. We're on live stream right now.
Oh, really? That's dope.
Yeah, to his YouTube channel, to my Twitch channel, and Facebook and Twitter.
So, if there's 6, there's a 6-sided dice.
Mm-hmm.
I come up with 6. Would that be this one?
Yes.
Great.
Should the police be defunded?
That's an interesting topic. Want to talk about that? Or
let's go. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So I'm going to keep my opinions out of it and just ask you questions about your thinking about it.
Okay.
So what does this mean to you, defunding the police?
Defunding the police, just taking money away from them so that they're not able to do their job anymore, I guess, in a way.
Taking money away from the police so they can't do their job anymore?
Yeah.
Okay, and the question is, should we defund the police? I've got a little confidence scale. Or anywhere in between. Where's your current confidence about that? You've got a scale somewhere over there.
It's currently in the middle of it.
In the middle?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what are your reasons for against this that gets you to that level of confidence?
To be honest, there's so many examples that you could take that in which there should be more funding for the police, and then there's examples where they shouldn't be funded. I feel like usually the news outlet likes to put the bad stuff in there and exaggerate it way too much, because there's definitely good cops in the world, and it's there, but you have to find it yourself. But they don't usually post a cop on the news like, oh, they're doing this for the neighborhood or something like that. You kind of just stumble upon those types of videos when you're just searching on the web or you're just browsing through.
Yeah, what I'm hearing you say is the media shares good things and bad things the cop does, but it seems to be mostly bad things that the cop do nowadays. So it's like the media representation of the cops is potentially causing people to think that maybe we should defund the police because of the bad things that some of them do.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what are any more reasons for or against defunding the police?
No, not really. I feel like they do a lot of things to help us. Like if you're ever in an emergency, who else are you going to call? If you defund the police, it's like, are you gonna solve the issue by yourself? I don't know.
Yeah, if we didn't have the police and someone tried to commit a crime or hurt us, we couldn't call them because they wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And that would be an issue, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
So why are people saying we should defend the police, do you think? What's the best reason people give for doing this?
They usually do it because most often than not, there's a clip that goes viral, like such as the George Floyd video that surfaced.
Yeah.
I forgot when that surfaced, but that caused a huge uproar in people saying to defund the police. Like that's basically the main primary reason. There's always clips of cops doing bad racist things, or just being rude in general. I
Uh-huh.
was actually watching a TikTok yesterday, and it wasn't necessarily a cop being racist or anything. There was a kid banging on the door, asking for his dad to help him, and the police just started kneeing on him. And it was very sad. I don't remember who posted that video, but I was reviewing the comment sections because it piqued my curiosity. And yeah, people were saying how scared the kid was. It was just a normal teenage boy, I assume it would be.
Wow. So you saw a TikTok video showing an example of police brutality,
Yeah,
and George Floyd is potentially an example of police brutality. And these are reasons why we should defund the police, or people are saying that's why.
yeah.
Okay. How could we test this claim of defunding the police? What could we learn or find out to raise our confidence that we should, or raise or lower our confidence that we should? Well, what kind of information?
Way to do either of them, because there will always be good cops and bad cops. Not everyone is exactly the same. If you meet people, there's good people and bad people. It just necessarily depends on the person. It's like me saying, oh, if let's say a guy does something bad to me, and I should like cancel him because he did something bad to me. But there's another good person. I don't know how to explain it. Like my thoughts, this is something new to me.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We're just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm here to say is there are good and bad cops. So we can't really tell which one way or the other about this
Yeah.
claim of defunding the police. We can't tell at all. Like if this happened,
Mhm.
then that would mean we would definitely need to defund the police. Or if
Mhm.
this happened, then no, we should definitely not need to.
It's
defund
not
the
fair
police.
to the good party.
It's not fair. If we defunded the police, then the good cops would be out of a job or no longer
Yeah.
doing good things in the world.
Like, how would you feel if someone defunded you for something that you didn't do and you've been doing your job pretty good? Excellent, you would say.
Yeah. So could we think of something that could happen that could cause us to shift the confidence about this? Would cops need to like be not some bad, but like over 50% mostly bad cops in order for us to start thinking about defunding the police? Would that have to happen?
Not exactly sure, actually.
Not sure.
Not sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
How could we tell if cops are good or bad in some proportion? How could we go about figuring that out?
It's just generally from experience. Obviously, if you see a cop starting to question you for something you didn't do, and they're pressuring you, like constantly pressuring you, it's kind of a obvious telltale sign if a person is good or not.
Yeah, if you had more personal experience with police, like maybe this week some random cop stops you and questions you even though you're doing nothing, or that starts happening a
Mhm.
lot in your life,
Yeah.
then that would potentially cause you to revise your confidence about defunding the police.
Mhm.
That's one example.
Yeah.
All right. That would cause you to raise your confidence. What would you need to see to lower your confidence?
To be honest, just the videos of in which police are acting very violent is like it lowers it. But I always make sure to keep an open mindset, because I know that not all cops are like that. Definitely, there are some, and it really sucks because police were made to protect our natural rights.
Police are made to protect our natural rights.
Yeah.
Okay. And we see these videos happen. If like we never saw another one of those videos happen where police are doing some type of sketchy or police brutality thing for the next like 5 years,
Mhm.
if we never saw any more videos like that, would that decrease our confidence about defunding the police? Would that be a good reason? Or
Yeah, I feel like if there was less occurrences of this happening, it would definitely decrease the amount of people saying to defund the police, because there's nothing bad happening. They're just doing their jobs. Yeah.
about halfway confidence? Has your confidence changed at all after this conversation?
The summary of all of this is basically that There's good and bad cops. Some should be fired from their jobs. They shouldn't be defunded. There should be a system that is put in place in order to remove the bad cops. But I don't think it's as easy as just simply instating a system in which the bad cops are removed, because there's several millions, if not billions, of us in this world. So it's not possible to remove each single one of them.
Gotcha. All right. And your confidence still the same place or no?
Yeah, I'm still in the same place.
Cool, cool. Well, thanks again for the conversation. We like to offer one of these little puzzle pieces as a gift. I think the last person took the blue one, but we can get you a blue one or that one of those colors.
I'm gonna take the red.
Okay. And if you see us again, you can come back and get the rest and build out the whole set. We like to do multiple conversations.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have
See
a
you.
great day. Cool, cool.
That was dope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Need to put our puzzle pieces back together.
Yep.
Yeah, he's fine with the red color.
Yeah. Well, he was evil. No,
He was probably evil. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably evil. Yeah. I'm so joking. I don't actually think he was evil.
Yeah, that.
Nor
first one.
was I convinced that the prior guy's proof of God was relevant.
Yeah. I did not look at the chat at all. I'm sorry. And this is. I'm trying to get. Oh, really?
Oh, awesome.
Well, you're right about that. Yeah, that's very fascinating. I can cut the cameras. Kill that GoPro. I was not watching the chat. What's the feedback about these last two? Can't really tell. Anybody on voice? Any feedback? Yeah, he was probably, one of the residents here, just on something maybe. Oh well.
You guys are interviews? How's it going? Are you guys interviewing traders? Or
Yes. We are.
Yeah.
You want to go, Dolly?
All right.
Feel free.
Hi there.
Hello.
My name is Dolly.
Hi, my name's Scott.
Your name is what?
Scott.
Scott. Okay. Guest. Scott. Yes. Wonderful. Are you okay with being recorded? We're live streaming.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, awesome. On what platform are you live streaming?
Let's see. YouTube. Yes.
Who else is talking here?
That's the producer who's in North Macedonia.
No way.
Oh, this is a very volunteer. This is way more than a one-man show.
This is awesome.
This is, yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff.
Hello world. How many viewers are we got right now?
I don't know. Well, maybe.
Oh. Hey. Oh, cool.
Okay. So now I see what you mean, FK, about the shiny off the water. I'll get to that afterwards. So, FK is the name of the guy in North Macedonia. You can speak to him. He's
okay.
He's just the internet away.
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
You want these on? Yes. Yes. Finch?
Oh, yeah.
Kimberly? You said guest Finch?
Yes, my nickname is Finch.
Finch.
Yes,
Great.
I go by Finch.
Excellent. Welcome, Finch.
Thank you.
Okay, so have you ever heard of street epistemology? Is this something you're at all familiar with?
Epistemology is in like the philosophical camp.
Yeah, that would be the first part. Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with epistemology.
Okay. And then street epistemology is the sort of like not doing it in the lab, more like coming out to ask you something you believe.
Okay.
And asking you for your reasons and your epistemology, the ways you come to know things, what kind of authorities do you accept, what sort of data moves you.
Okay.
And importantly, I try not to convince you to my position or to argue from an alternate position.
Okay.
I strictly want to look at your thing with your reasons and all that stuff and look at your confidence.
Right. So applying my logic to my beliefs.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And so if I do it right, you don't even know what my position would be until you ask me later, which
Okay.
you're welcome to do at the end.
All right.
Okay. So tell me something you believe that's true in the world.
There is no inherent good or evil.
Okay. So there is no inherent good or evil. Good. Is there good or evil that is not inherent?
Yeah. So like a subjective perspective on some action or response to someone could apply that good or evil judgment.
Okay, so subjectively they're good, but it's not an inherent thing. There's nothing that's inherently good or inherently evil.
Right. So like I don't know, something really terrible like punching somebody in the face.
Yeah.
Right. There's no good or bad about that, until somebody else or the parties involved sort of make judgment about that and about the how that weighs in the moment.
Okay. So there could be environments like a boxing ring where there's no evil gone. It's just part of the thing.
Yeah.
And there's areas like being out here in the street,
Right.
out here in the park and hitting up on a stranger for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would be subjectively thought of as evil, especially by the punchee.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so what would be the position of somebody who does say that there is inherent good or evil? Why would they say so? Why would they think so?
I think most often when I hear people talk about inherent good or evil, it's always in the context of some divine intervention, some god or devil, acting upon the situation, or acting through somebody, to bring about that situation.
Okay.
So that's how I usually hear the conversation about inherent good or inherent evil.
Okay, so it's a theist claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Have you known anybody who's not theist or not coming from a theist position to make reference to inherent good or evil?
Yeah, I think a lot of my upbringing had, right and wrong instilled in me. That's how I get my values.
Yeah.
From being just told that this is wrong and this is right. But it took a long time for me to realize that was like, I have a major in philosophy. It took me time to sort of realize, no, it's just society sort of set the standards. And I just grew up in that society. So then it imposed that standard onto me. And that's just how it went. But there was nothing inherent. There was no, like, when you reduce it down, there's no real evil or good in any particular action. It's just thinking makes it so.
When I think of inherent evil, I think that so the thing could never be used for a good. It's stuck that way. It couldn't be fixed. I mean, when I think could there be an inherently evil duck?
Right.
Right. now I'm thinking of Eddie Izzard, but I'll try not to get distracted by evil ducks from Eddie.
No worries.
But the idea of if something could be inherently evil, it seems that would be irredeemable.
I think redemption is a different conversation.
Couldn't be made good, I mean.
Hello?
Maybe. Yeah, redemption's probably the wrong word. Could not be made into good if it were inherently evil.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Like, if God could not be the devil,
Okay.
sort of thing.
Seems like they would also say the opposite, that if something is inherently good, it couldn't be made into evil.
Right. Yeah. Like, it's so hard to navigate this conversation because it's stained with so much theist background.
Sure.
I think that religion is a huge driving force in our society, so it really permeates in this conversation.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Good and evil have for a long time been defined by the priesthood.
Yeah.
By the clergy of whichever is the popular religion.
Yeah.
I guess lots of overlapping popular religions that maybe agree on some things.
Right.
Judeo-Christian, that's a wide run.
Right.
Okay, so if people were to generally come around to your opinion,
okay,
that there was no inherent good or evil, but that good or evil were subjective opinions, and we might, as a society, pretty much subjectively agree that punching strangers is not good.
Right.
Even though that's subjective, it still has power.
Yes.
But if people were to come around to your position, what would change in the world?
Change.
How would people act different, I guess?
I think that having these standards in our society, at least at a subliminal level, at least subtly, like punching strangers, no one outwardly tells you don't punch strangers, but you sort of pick it up.
My mom sure did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
my upbringing never came about where my dad looked at me and said, "Listen, son, we don't punch strangers." So
right.
But I mean, I got the gist of it. You be decent, I guess, is the.
My mom was a teacher in a missionary school, so she'd
gotcha.
be,
right.
different.
So I sort of learned through contrapositive, I guess. Like,
Sure.
Be a decent person. That entails not punching strangers.
Uh-huh.
So, how would the world change? I think that having these standards in place definitely makes people act a little bit more morally upright.
Mm-hmm.
I think that losing that, like when nobody's looking sort of thing, taking advantage of a situation could allow for people to do more wrong things, more subjectively wrong things. But like, once again, religion, I think it really does keep a lot of people in check, but a lot of bad things happen because of religion as well, in the name of religion. So I don't know. It's how different would it be? I think the realm of law might be different. The conversation in law might be a little bit different.
Okay.
Yeah. Law is always about trying to find what is right or wrong through trial and error.
Yes.
And I think if they all accepted that, it's always just going to be subjective. It's always just going to be in the context of the situation. It might reflect differently in the judgments of certain judges, if they didn't have that background of thinking killing is wrong. This guy had been, let's say, for instance, somebody got raped.
Yes.
And they sought revenge.
Okay.
In some circumstance, and we look at killing and rape as both wrong.
Yes.
Right. But in the context of the rape, clearly wrong. But maybe the killing, the revenge wasn't. That's a very extreme position. I'm just trying to find the extreme, and then we could bring it to a borderline case if you want something a little bit easier than that.
Right. It sort of like says that under some conditions, a killing could be justified.
Right.
Under some conditions, a killing could actually be pro-social.
Right.
And if we are willing to be open-minded about what those conditions are, that might really change a judge's sentencing choices.
Right. Yeah, like
about that.
like sacrifice, maybe. Like I think in the Aztec society, I think the sacrifice of people had some function in
Okay.
society that was maybe ultimately good. You know, it brought. It's so strange to say it, but it brought the community together.
Huh.
I am probably very ignorant on the
Yeah,
Aztec
I'm completely
cultural
ignorant about it.
thing. I just know
I've
they
heard
sacrifice
nothing more
people.
than fiction about it, really.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I think. Yeah. I don't know how society really ultimately changes. You know, like if what I say is true about there is no inherent good or evil, then society is sort of already operating under those parameters.
We're already operating as if there was inherent good or evil?
No, the opposite.
The opposite.
Right. If what
good or evil is a subjective thing.
Yeah, if what I believe
Okay.
to be true is true, that it's subjective, then we're sort of operating on it, and some of us are getting it right, and some of us are getting it wrong.
Okay.
The ones that get it right are the ones that figured it out, and the ones that aren't don't. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to differentiate those two groups.
Okay. So I want to go the other direction.
Okay.
What if society in general went toward inherent or objective good and evil? If we shifted in that direction, what would
Right.
change?
I think that individual people would be given a lot more power behind a particular action, right?
Okay.
So, you know, if you're doing something that's particularly good and you can justify it in the context of, because, you know, like you have, back to the theist again, but like if you have the power of God behind you, if you have this
Okay.
inherently good thing that you're doing, but it's contrasted by an atrocity that you're committing,
Okay.
then you can do terrible things, and society will look upon it as good. Like the Crusades, for instance, were an amazing example of that. We had like 3 or 4 Crusades.
Yeah.
One of the Crusades, they, in the name of God, sacked what city was it? My history is not very good.
I'm thinking it's a few hundred kilometers north of Jerusalem along the same coast.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I think you're going to say, and they killed the entire captured people because it was inconvenient to garrison them.
Right, something of that nature.
Yeah, I remember a particularly odious story of the Crusades.
Right. Yes. So. Yeah, so I think people get to wield a lot of power when they believe that there's inherent good or evil behind their actions.
Yes.
You know, they get to justify and rationalize away a lot of behavior.
Yeah.
And
you can cover a lot of subjective evil under a blanket of objective good.
Right. Yes, it's a really good way of putting it.
Okay. So if that were to change, then we would have maybe a lot more subjective evil that is being justified for perhaps bad reasons by your current way of thinking.
I think that is definitely an assumption I'm not willing to back at the moment. Just because, like,
not a prediction you're at all sure of.
Yeah, because it kind of stems back to, in my mind, where this conversation goes is, are people inherently good or evil, right?
Yeah.
And if what I believe is true, then no, people are neither inherently good nor evil. But like, I think that we want to survive and then thrive as a society, right?
Okay, yeah.
We want to be out.
I like that plan.
Right. We want to be out of the state of nature, right?
Okay.
And so to be out of the state of nature, which is where we're just animalistic, baser instincts, you know, we're just basically working in our hierarchy of needs, in the lower tiers of the hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
We want to be out of that, so we have to make the agreement, I won't kill you if you don't kill me, right?
All right.
Which sides with the, you know, the idea that there's inherent good.
Yep.
Right. But at the same time, you have food I don't, and I want your food.
Yeah.
I have a rock and you don't.
Uh-huh.
So your food looks really delicious right now.
Yeah.
That's people being bad. So
yeah, short-term needs right there at the bottom of the Maslow's hierarchy,
yeah,
and those are powerful.
right, very powerful, very driving. You know, if you've
Yeah.
ever been hungry and like starving, I mean, you'll do a lot for food. So yeah. So yeah, trying to trace back to where what the overall point was. I can't remember.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I talked about what if we change.
Right.
Another one I can go for is: are you familiar with cultures in this world that fall on obvious sides of that spectrum?
So I'm a big believer in Buddhism. That's
Okay.
like a big part of my identity and my philosophy when observing the world. And I find that a lot of Buddhist philosophy adheres to this notion, you know. But yeah, beyond that, I think most monotheistic cultures are, and that's an overwhelming majority of the population.
Is monotheistic culture?
Yeah, I mean,
Is that? Am I thinking about the Abrahamic religions, which I think would be Judaism, Muslim, Christian, including Mormon, and
yeah,
all those offshoots? Are there other monotheistic religions that are not Abrahamic?
I'm sure there are. I'm certain
Yeah.
there are. You know, there's people that probably worship ducks. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know them.
There
I
is
don't know them
more
off.
than one duck.
Yeah. The story of the golden duck.
Yes.
So yeah, when it comes down to monotheistic culture, yeah, there's a lot, and it usually has to, by function of its own logic, have inherent good and inherent evil, qualities to it, I guess, or functions or features of it that keep people in check.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you don't have, if you're alone, for instance, I guess the real thought experiment here is, if you're alone, there's no one else in the world, what are you going to do that's inherently good or evil?
Can there be morality without at least two people being affected?
Right.
Yeah. I'm with you that what I can do alone has almost no moral consequence.
Right. So what happens is, if you take that same person now that we're putting in our thought experiment, and you've raised them in this sort of culture and environment that had all of these inherent good and evil qualities to it, all these rules that were imprinted onto this person, and then you wipe out all of society. Now masturbation and killing an animal might be bad, or doing things for your survival might be viewed as bad, because this belief, there's you now and God or some deity above you that is casting judgment upon you. So
if there's anything else in my
repertoire?
checklist,
Yeah.
I think we already went through the hypotheticals. I'm just going to reflect back what I understand.
Okay.
It is your opinion that it's probably not true that there is any examples of inherent good or inherent evil, and that all examples of inherent good or evil that you're aware of are subjective,
Correct.
applied by society, and that we're doing better by looking at good and evil in this subjective way. We are kinder to each other. We are better as a society when we see these as subjective. That the theist position of inherent good or evil has some significant downsides that you'd like to avoid.
So that's the one part, that last bit.
I missed something?
No, that was the last bit. I remember now.
Yeah.
That was the last bit. Are we doing better than if everybody believed that there isn't inherent good or evil, right?
Yeah.
So that one, it's tough, because that's where it stems back to, are people good or evil, right? I think that people want to survive and thrive. So now I get it. Now I remember. I think that people want to survive and thrive, and as a byproduct of that, we institute rules, despite whether we believe them to be inherent good or evil, that just like bring moral codes to society. That's what's important at the end of the day, is that we can survive and we can thrive. And so, yeah, I would love to see a compare and contrast between, some sort of study that did this. I'm sure somebody out there, some moral philosopher has probably delved into this topic and probably found, I don't know, some way of showing this in a scientific setting. But
I'm not going to hold out a lot of hope.
Yeah.
I've talked to a bunch of moral philosophers, and they can't agree whether morality is objective or subjective yet.
Oh, okay.
It's like a 60-40 split, and they're still arguing about it. It's
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the answer to that question comes back to back to physicists.
Yeah.
I think it starts. Physicists I think are going to be the final frontier with I think quantum physics and understanding causal relations to understand like free will first, and then free will help us answer the question of, is morality subjective or objective?
I don't want to like start the whole thing
Yeah,
over.
yeah,
You
we'd
brought
have
up
to-
free will, and
Yeah.
I would love to talk to you about free will at some time.
Yeah, I wrote a lot of papers on free will.
Excellent. I
Yeah.
want to learn.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to learn your positions on that.
They're not like scientific papers. I'm not any physicist.
I'm not expecting
any scientist.
scientific when we're talking about free will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big
Maybe a little neuroscience. I'm not even sure about that.
Right. So yeah, at the end of the day though, I'm not sure if we're better off or not. I'd like to believe we are. I'd like to believe that a Buddhist society would be the penultimate sort of moral code, if that works. Are we subjective or objective? I get in constant conversations with these guys about it. Best I can say is right now both. We're sort of allows for both, which is a weird thing. And that's a very strange thing to say. But I don't know. I've been in a lot of conversations about it. So
I think it might be possible for me to define these terms where they could be objective and define them where they could be subjective.
Right.
In a way that my definitions even overlap in some places.
Yeah.
And I think that's mostly an example of how fuzzy our language can be.
Yes. I am so confused about it in my head. I can't say definitively objective or subjective. So at this point in time, until I'm able to resolve that conflict, I'm just like saying, it's both. It's okay, and that's fine. And it doesn't have to make sense right now.
Yeah.
And that's part of the human condition.
I asked you the ROM question, which ROM is a friend of mine who does this with me, and his is, and how does this affect things in the world?
Right.
Because that's where the traction comes down.
Right.
And whether it's literally subjective or objective or how you define those terms doesn't have very much to do with whether it would be good for us in the world.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much.
Yeah. So I'm shout out to ROM.
Go ROM.
Yeah.
No, I don't have much more to expound on the subject.
That was quite a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. This was
I
great.
really enjoyed this conversation. Appreciate having it.
Thank you for having me. How do we wrap this up?
The wrap up would be: I don't want to stand behind neutrality. I've been very careful to not argue any other position.
Okay.
You are welcome to ask me any questions you like and dig around at me if that's of any help to you.
Yeah, I'm curious what you think on the subject. Do you think that there are inherent good or evils? Do you subscribe to any philosophies that suggest that?
Nope.
And can I have a sticker?
Yes, you totally can have a sticker, and you can also have one of these puzzle pieces.
Oh,
you get to pick one of the colors.
I get to pick one of the colors?
You get to pick one. It's an obvious bribe to have you come back for 2 more conversations.
Oh, I thought you know what? Honestly, I was thinking I got to find the other 2 people and take their puzzle. All right, I'll take red.
Okay.
Cool. All right. How do I come back? Is there any information?
We are trying to be here on Tuesday and Friday.
Okay.
This is our second week doing this at this location.
All right.
And we sort of
fans
like this location, so we're probably going to do it for a bit.
If the fans upvote me and they want me back, I'll come on back.
Indeed. Everybody, quick, upvote.
Yeah.
Upvote. Starts with an F.
Finch.
Finch. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
I'm going to go get
Senator
some,
Kiwi says upvote.
Upvote.
Upvote. With a B.
All right.
Yeah. You have Senator Kiwi's upvote. You're good.
Awesome.
And also, if you grab one of those cordial curiosity cards, that's Reed there. His channel is Cordial Curiosity. Mine is Juggling Lessons
Awesome.
because I throw up in public. And these are YouTube channels, and his is way bigger than mine.
Okay.
I'm kind of new at this. He's 4 or 5 years in.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And you got at least 2 more responses. So you have at least three
Three of the
upvotes.
6. I am killing it.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, hit us up anytime. We also do this on Discord, and there's a big Facebook group also. We really love this in the park.
No, it's nice.
person
It's
thing.
lovely, my
It's-
friend.
It's cool.
This is great. I really like this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, and I am guessing that we are at 4 hours. Thank you. And he took the cards and will do so. They've already left. They're all 3 wearing shorts, and it suddenly got a lot colder. So I bet he and his friends are like, "Oh, good."
I'm about to put on your jacket.
What's that?
I'm about to put on your jacket.
Yes. Kimberly's about to steal my jacket from me, and
You're not wearing it.
we are very close to 4 hours. Reed, do you want to go long, go short, end on time? Where are you at? You're getting cold? Okay. Oh, this
Is
is
this
your
live
coffee, by the
alone?
way. That's
Okay,
what
cool.
this means.
All right, sweet. Go ultra wide. This is the whole point. of
Ultra
me
wide?
bringing this. I just want to be able to look over here and see. Hello, ultra wide.
Okay, so there's a Bluetooth issue. I think with that cart, if you move a little over this way, I can hear you clearly. But when you walk right behind that cart, you cut out.
I cut it.
You cut out.
Maybe it's my iPad.
I tried it earlier with those headphones, and it was that cart.
That cart
That cart with the transmitter right there.
seems
When I got
fine
it in
here.
line, yeah, you're great right there.
Here is fine. So this is cool.
Okay.
Anyway, just wanted to see
Today?
what this is like. Would you like to do an interview? Want to sit down? Or are you just curious? What are we doing?
Yes, curious is welcome.
Want a card? Check us out.
I have not wiped those.
You haven't liked these?
I haven't wiped those since since Finch left. Maybe Kimberly did.
Did you wipe these?
Kimberly, did you wipe those since Finch left? Yeah, we're just gonna do it.
Did you wipe these headphones? Did you wipe these headphones? You did? Okay.
It's not
I'll
going
do
to
it
hurt him
again.
to wipe it.
Yeah, when he walked over there using the wireless microphone, we found an area where I tested it with the Bluetooth headphones. If I was directly in line with the transmitter and the cart, I was spotty, and I could move a meter to either side, and I was clean.
Okay.
So I suspect the same Bluetooth band is being used for the microphone, and it had the same cutout pattern.
Okay. This is a Bluetooth delayed
It is.
headphone. This is not. Ah,
Much better.
no more delay, no more stroke.
Yeah.
Causing delays. Phew. Yeah, getting chilly.
Yeah.
Took the red piece.
Yep, he took the red piece. That's a good thing. That's okay. We have lots of them. We've got a full bag full of evil.
This is going to be an inside joke where the red piece is like the person is evil.
Yes, yes. That's a
That's the way to test it.
yes. That is
And the
one
blue.
whole dose of evil.
He took the blue one, so the blue one is angelic.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And the yellow one is Buddhist.
Sure. Did he take the? No, he didn't.
No, he took a red.
He should have definitely. Okay.
That might be a copyright hit. We'll see.
Oh no,
Yeah, maybe.
a corgi. Okay. You can kill the
Okay.
GoPros
Okay. Killing the GoPros.
and the wide one with the remote.
Kill. All right.
Hello, would anyone like to do an interview?
We're doing live streaming and very friendly interviews. You can talk about any topic you like, and all we're going to do is ask you why you think so, and what kind of authorities, what data moves you, those kind of things, and not push back from a different perspective. That's right. We want to understand your epistemology
Good word.
without
epistemological.
without trying to apply our own.
What do you do with the data?
It's going out on live stream, and these are being used in order to train people in the conversational method of street epistemology.
I hope your findings are rich.
Oh yeah, it's great stuff.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Our findings. I don't think we're actually doing a study. Now,
Well-
obviously, there's enough videos out there. If somebody wanted to do a study, here's a bunch of data.
There's a bunch of, stuff to qualitatively study, I assume.
Yes. In the case of almost all SE channels, they are edited down to the interesting conversations.
Yeah.
And on my channel with juggling lessons, I am a rare exception to that. I live everything.
Yeah.
I throw all the spaghetti at the wall.
We get to see the bizarre.
It's all the
boring
weird
one,
stuff. It's all
boring,
good.
Or bizarre, or just weird.
Yeah.
But all of it.
Yep. And it's okay. It's okay.
He took a sticker. That was cool.
Yeah, he took a sticker. He said, "Can I have a sticker?" Yes. Yes, of course you can have a sticker.
Yeah. The only reason I got these stickers was to put on the
On the microphone?
Yeah, on the microphone, whatever those things are called. But then I got a bunch, so here they are.
When I get the new phone batteries, they're going to look the same as Kimberly's, so I'm going to want to festoon them with stickers.
Sure, stick them everywhere.
Yeah.
Stick them on here. Is this a new one? Black?
I swapped it out for this one because we saw that this one's camera was doing like a shutter focus.
Yeah, it was.
This one's the one that fell out of my pouch back in February and hit the deck, and I'm starting to actually notice it's starting to actually degrade.
Wow.
Its function was perfectly good up until maybe a month ago, and now I'm noticing it's got a little audio problem. It's gone slightly deaf, and it's gone blind in one eye. Not quite blind, but it's it's got a twitch in its eye in one eye.
Okay.
Which is fine. It's still a good tablet.
Is that the same duck? Is it back?
Yes, that is the same duck.
Hey, what are you
She's a
gonna name
sweetie girl that really loves the monkeys. And she's showing so much of her purple
it?
patch.
I don't have any today.
She just showed up and pecked my bag looking for food.
She could actually have some of those eggs. Nothing in there is going to hurt her.
Tic
Going
Tac?
that way. Let's not change the mark.
Tic Tac? No, I don't want to give them direct sugar.
Yeah.
But actually, eggs are good for birds.
Okay.
And bacon's not bad either. That's eggs, bacon, and cheese. So all of those are okay for her. A heavy diet of it would be too much salt, but they would just love it.
So we had 4 hours?
We are at 4 hours, yeah. We're at 4 hours and 2 minutes.
Sweet. Okay. Well, there's foot traffic.
Yes.
Sun just went over the mountain hill there.
Yep.
It's not too cold. Sure.
Yeah. Well, I have lights, and I'd grab a parka or something. Because dang, it's it's getting a little chilly up in here.
So while I was gone, did the umbrella fall off or something?
Yes.
Oh no.
Does it show? It
No.
fell over, hit me, and that was okay. Didn't hit me hard or anything. It
Okay.
just came down. Wow! Oh, look at that.
Hello.
The wind was going this way, and it came down. You almost died. If it had only been a half meter this way and with about 10 times as much force, it would really hurt me.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty lightweight umbrellas. So mostly if they poke you in the eye, it's bad, but the rest is okay. Oh, okay. Anyway.
So we're not.
I do not want to interrupt their $11 an hour swan boat experience to,
Yeah.
that would be a mess. That would be distracting as heck.
So we will be back before Tuesday.
Yes, we will be back online on Sunday.
Sunday.
Yes. Our Sunday is freaking nuts.
Yeah.
It starts at local time, 7 o'clock in the morning, where we have a core meeting. And then at 8 o'clock, we will be driving to San Diego.
Should I just pick you up at 7 and we can just be on the meeting in the car?
That would work out. At 7 would be great. That gets you up half hour earlier than you'd planned, at least. But yeah, if we do the meeting in the car together, that would be great. And then at 8 o'clock, I do your friendly street epistemology practice for 3 hours in the car on the way. I do have 2 co-hosts arranged, so if I have self dropouts, it'll be fine. It's not gonna mess anything up. I've got people backing me up. So, yay, people! Thank you, people. And then at 11 o'clock, or maybe a little before, we'll arrive in San Diego and bail out of the car, set up the tables, do and at El Prado, we are back to live somewhere between, say, 11 a.m. and 11:30, we're hoping. And then do 4 hours at El Prado with Mind Onion. I get to meet Mind Onion. This will be great.
But if we leave earlier, we'll get there around what time?
I mean, if we actually left at 7?
Yeah.
Well, we would arrive between 9 and 10, most likely.
Okay.
And so that gives us extra setup time. That's perfectly good.
Yeah.
That's perfectly good. And then at the end of that, we will end the show at between, say, 3 and 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. And everything in the car, supercharger, land, do a video review show.
Oh, yeah.
From a supercharger inside a Tesla, doing a video review. I'm not sure which video we're reviewing. I think you showed me something, but I don't remember. And that'll be with several other people, not just the 2 of us.
Yeah. Ideally, one video from that day. That Sunday,
yeah.
Or today.
Oh yeah, that was your idea. You wanted to be able to clip a video from that day, or maybe there's a couple good ones today, no doubt.
There was.
Especially some clippy bits that would be special. I think it would be really cool to deal with Angel. I think Angel would be high up on my list. A good Chapter 7 example. I say Chapter 7 from Impossible Conversations. An opportunity to learn how they think and learn the language they use without without any investment in that they might learn something or change their mind.
Yeah, that was an interesting moral dialect there.
Wow, it was. That was a thing. And his trying to convince you that his observation had proof for you, and it was personal, and hey, if you look in there, if you look in the reflection, can you see the devil? Oh wow!
Oh
my goodness!
That's what he meant. Oh, I'm like
yeah.
was it a picture
Look
or
in your
something?
thing. Can you see the devil? Oh my goodness! No, I don't think the devil looks like Reed Nicewander. Although actually, I think there's a popular show where there's a really good-looking guy who plays the devil.
Adam Scott was in The Good Place.
Yeah.
As a I don't want to spoil anything.
Right. So anyway, yeah. So it's not out of the question.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So that'll be a
nuts day.
Full SE day.
Yeah, we will be broadcasting live. Well, I guess the meeting is live. It's not really live to the public,
Yeah.
but we will be busy for at least 10 hours, and then need to drive home from there. But Zoom Doom will take care of some of the driving for us.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And then Zoom
She's
Doom
very
gets,
sweet about it.
Gets a new brain on Monday.
Yes, Zoom Doom's going in for brain transplant. Gonna get the Mark III, the
Hardware 3.
hardware version 3, which will allow Zoom Doom full self-driving at whatever release schedule that happens to be.
Whenever the public beta goes out. Or
Yeah.
Whenever that version comes out. Hopefully soon.
Yeah. No rush. Get it right.
Yep.
It's been taking a while and making progress, and we're very pleased with the progress. It's a beautiful thing.
It'd be so nice if I could have just had the car drive home and get my iPad instead of me doing that today.
Yeah, that would have been fun. It didn't cause a break in our process. Boy, I tell you, I talked to Jason. I don't know how long it was. I'm guessing it was. Yes, thank you, JCC. JCC and Sleepy are co-hosting with me on Sunday, so excellent.
Would any of you like to do an interview? Wrap us up today? No? I think they're thinking about it.
Maybe we'll see. Okay. Going once.
Because we need to wrap up.
Yeah, we need to lock this up and bail out of here. I think today we're going to be putting as much of the equipment into Zoom Doom as practical.
Yes.
In order for Sunday, and it can just all these tables and everything else can just sit in the car, and I will pretty much only take the recording equipment with me and the tablets. I'll take the electronics, okay. Mine, not his. He's got a full set. We are so I love the redundancy we have. Something can break. Oh, done. Move. See, you didn't hear it. Barely a break. Wow.
Is that what you said? If we had DSLRs, we would.
Yeah, he was saying
off?
Jason was looking over, and I was showing him from this perspective, and he was saying, yeah, if you had a camera that was, better than this obvious tiny dot of a camera lens,
Yeah.
a little fly's eye of a camera lens, and yeah, I do have some SLRs with some really nice lenses that would do, but the streaming from them is non-trivial. That requires drivers to move into this, to the, and probably a laptop in the middle. I don't think a tablet in the middle, so it really complexifies my task.
We would need a laptop with a few of those HDMI to USB 3 adapters, I would assume, or something.
Yeah, and unfortunately, my SLRs are old enough that I think we'd only get 480 out of them.
Oh,
They shoot in 1080p. They shoot in 20 megapixel for stills.
5D Mark II.
But it's a 5D Mark II, and the USB interface is USB 2.0.
Yeah.
So there's a limitation on the bandwidth that would be a real
and it's
real showstopper.
It's so pixelated going out to the
Yeah,
screen, so it's like if we had that, that's way too much.
Sure, a real nice piece of lens, a real nice lens and everything else. Yeah, I could have a nice shallow depth of field and pretty beautiful effect. But
eventually we'll have a Starlink.
Wide angle, nose as big as a house. This is fine.
We just had three DSLRs, maybe four. And a Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink.
Starlink.
When we have Starlink,
that would be perfect.
Starlink's going to make this thing so much easier.
That would be good.
And cheaper, because right now we're using 3 data plans to make this work.
Yeah.
I would only need 1 Starlink.
Yeah.
And good to go.
Okay.
Mount it on the van, keep it in Wi-Fi range. Just hold just have something to grab a hold of so I could hold the watch in place and use that as the camera. Just hang on to something. That'd be fun.
Well,
Kimberly's talking to a couple of fellows, and I don't want to just bail if
I'm going to use the handheld mic.
yes, go ahead. Bringing up the handheld mic.
Testing.
That sounds good to me.
So,
Yeah.
They want to know if we consider this in front of the church Scientology.
If we are Scientologists,
No. If you do SE, he's familiar with it.
I'm really familiar with SE, and so I just was curious.
Oh, sweet.
Because I live right next to the Church of Scientology. And
Oh.
I just feel like it'd be fascinating to like these people.
I've yet to have one.
Dude.
I'd love to do it.
Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Yeah,
So this is your.
that's my card. Yeah, that's my channel.
I've never, yeah, I'll check it out. I think that.
Heard of it before?
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of like.
Magna Bosco.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I just got into it like this month.
Well,
I'm, like,
we're going to be here Tuesdays and Fridays.
What'd you say?
We're going to be here Tuesdays and Fridays usually.
Okay.
And if you want to practice with random people, feel free to join.
Sick. Maybe
You could totally do the question part.
I think that would be cool.
We can put you on a Discord messenger group where we coordinate LA
I
SC
literally
department.
have I was showing him. I've broken down like some of Anthony's videos and like took notes on.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
On like the process basically, and I'm like, I do think it'd be sick to practice.
I hear
Like,
Totally open for it.
I don't know if I feel prepared for that yet, but yeah, practicing with help.
This is what it's for, just to get better. Love it.
Cool. I wasn't aware. So Tuesdays and Fridays, you guys are here?
Yep. 4 usually. We're streaming.
Cool, dude. I'll hop over here on my bike and come check it out.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We're
Are
gonna
you
back
okay
up
with
that-
being recorded and live streamed?
Yeah, we are live.
Okay, good.
That's totally. Hell yeah.
Sweet.
He was looking at your claims. He said that
Cool,
he
cool.
was too
Cool,
moderate.
man. Yeah. Check out your channel.
He wasn't interested
Thank you,
enough
thank
in
you.
any explain.
Thanks, man.
Have a
Fun.
good day.
He says, I'm kind of a professional skeptic.
Okay. And with that, with no objections, with that, I'm calling it. If you have no objections, I think them walking away means this is the good breaking point.
Yeah, he had known. He said he knows about SE. He watches
Yeah.
Anthony's videos, and
Uh-huh.
he might come and practice with us.
That's fantastic.
Love
He's
it.
so welcome.
So cool.
Yeah, being out here, getting epistemologists a chance to practice really, really forwards my nefarious goals.
Yes,
Maybe my goals aren't nefarious.
mine too.
You're overtly
That's up to
manipulative.
you whether to find out whether my goals are nefarious or not. I'm counting on you to call me on it if you find me being nefarious.
You're just being overtly manipulative.
Overtly manipulative, yes, in the positive, non-covert sense, which is kind of okay. Some people will not accept that manipulative can mean overt, but I'm stuck on manipulative can mean that. Anyway,
So I guess I'll wrap up my social media. Thanks everyone for watching. We will be back on Sunday. Stay tuned. Thanks.
thank you. Thank you for coming to this Vanilla SE in the Park. Actually, let me go through this and say Cordial Curiosity, which you might be watching on, or if you're on my channel, if you don't already know Cordial Curiosity and you're on my channel, I completely don't understand. I just don't get it. So, but here it is. Okay, next, here are 5 of my favorite SE related YouTube channels. You'll notice that Cordial Curiosity is right there in the center of that little stack. There's at least another 10 more on the recommended channels on my YouTube page. If you're really into this, if you're really into this topic of street epistemology, this method of speaking to anybody, this way of improving society fantastically by reducing polarization by millions of people all at once. Okay, maybe I'm probably pushing it. Go to streetepistemology.com. They are brought to you by Street Epistemology International, who also bring you the SE podcast. For those to our vanilla street epistemology, if you would like to be a guest on my show, all I ask is that you be pleasant, or not polite, articulate, willing to show your face, and willing to stay on a topic that is either SE or about SE, or maybe even about SE. We can get very meta about this. I have 8 different categories. If you can fit into any of them, I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Yay.